Good morning and welcome to Confession Then and Now, Thinking with Belhar in North America. We are so glad that everybody can be here with us, even those of you who are probably joining us later on the recording. My name is James Brum. I'm director of the Reformed Church Center at New Brunswick Theological Seminary in New Brunswick, New Jersey, and we are hosting this program today in cooperation with the Center for Barth Studies at Princeton Theological Seminary and with Pittsburgh Theological Seminary, where they didn't need to have a center's name stuck in there for us to remember too. But we're glad that all of us can be here. People are gathered, the panelists from across 9 time zones today. So 40 years ago, last Thursday, the Belhar Confession had its first adoption by a synod in South Africa. So that is its birthday. We are doing this 40 years and 1 week later because there are some other Reformed theologians in Brazil who beat us to the date for last Thursday. And had already scheduled a conference, and Reformed theology and polity being the hotbed topics that they are, you have a real waiting list to get in and get your conference done. But here we are. We're glad you're here. This morning, we will be hearing about witnessing to Belhar. What happened at Belhar and in South Africa? How does this speak to us? This afternoon, we will move on to witnessing with Belhar and talk about what it's like to be confessional in our own contexts in North America, informed by the Belhar and other things we've discussed this morning. Okay, I'm going to introduce the moderators for the morning session. Hanna Reichel is Associate Professor of Reformed Theology at Princeton Theological Seminary, and Nathan Jérémie-Brink is L. Russell Feek's Assistant Professor of Global Christianity at New Brunswick Theological Seminary. And we are glad to have both of them. They are going to be moderating the morning session, and they will introduce the other folks. Hanna and Nate, go ahead.
Yes, good morning to all of you again. It's a pleasure to have this opportunity to get together and remember this wonderful confession and think with it into our present day. I am honored to introduce to you today the 2 guests that I will be conversing with in this first session. Reichel Sophia Baard is an assistant professor of theology and ethics at Union Presbyterian Seminary. Previously, she has taught at Villanova. She's a South African theologian, and her theology is a feminist and public theology, which was significantly shaped by the theologies of resistance to apartheid. Her first book, Sexism and Sin Talk, came out of her PhD work here at PTS, if I'm not mistaken, and I signed it regularly in my classes. It was published in 2019 by WJK and received the Andrew Murray Desmond Tutu Book Prize in South Africa. She's also currently working on an edited volume, The Political Theology of Paul Tillich, for Lexington Press. Reichel, it's a pleasure to have you here. And my second conversant this morning is Dirk Woodard-Lehmann. He teaches at Pittsburgh Theological Seminary, the other PTS, and after working at Lutheran Theological Seminary in Philadelphia and at the University of Otago in New Zealand. His research and teaching focuses on social ethics and public theology, with a special interest on theologies of resistance. He has written a lot on the political theology of Karl Barth, on the confessional tradition of Barman and Belhar. He's also interested in the issues of race and injustice here in the US. Dirk, it's also a pleasure to be with you this morning.
Good morning.
So in order to get this conversation going, could the 2 of you tell me a little bit at first about yourselves and your relationship to the Belhar Confession? How did you first become aware of Belhar? How did you become interested in it as a matter of scholarship and or discipleship?
Sure, I'll start. I mean, I grew up in South Africa during the turbulent 1980s and 90s. I came of age, and for me, one of the first things I noticed about the world I was growing up in is the sheer injustices of all kinds of things around me. For example, in the small town I grew up in, the children of color had no high school, whereas the white high school, which they were not allowed to attend, actually had a shortage of children. And this just seemed idiotic to me, to be quite honest, and of course, deeply unjust. So from that came a sense of kind of a theological rejection of apartheid based on the fact that I grew up in a very religious household and was taught from a young age that the center of Christian faith is to love your neighbor as yourself. And apartheid just didn't seem to fit the bill. And I remember later on, I was a student at the University of Stellenbosch, and I was actually a law student before I studied theology. And in 1991, I was part of a group of 10 students who went up to the Johannesburg area as part of a so-called ecumenical tour. And we encountered several theologians and church leaders who were involved in the struggle against apartheid and had really rich conversations with them. I also recall on Palm Sunday of that year, we were walking with a congregation, a Catholic congregation in Soweto, waving palm leaves and so on, and then being received in people's homes for lunch afterwards, which was a sign of deep hospitality, especially given the situation in South Africa. And for me, this is something I associate with what I later would encounter in the Confession of Belhar. So when I studied theology, in my final year of seminary, I had the privilege to write my senior thesis with Dirk Smit, and I started to encounter his theology and was influenced very deeply by that. When I started studying theology, I had not even heard of Belhar, even though by that time it was 10 years old. So for me, the Belhar slotted into an already existing sense of deep dis-ease with what was going on in South Africa and its strong prophetic call against the injustices of apartheid. And so I appreciate the way in which it charges against the heresy that is apartheid.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me. For me, Belhar was a belated discovery, but it was one that integrated my existential commitment to social justice with my intellectual curiosity about Reformed political theology, and especially the connections between confessional theology and political theology in the Reformed tradition. Now, as a teenager growing up in the mid and late 80s, I had been involved in some anti-apartheid activism at Syracuse University, the local university in my community. But the names and the stories I knew at that time were Desmond Tutu, Nelson Mandela, and so forth. I didn't know anything about the Reformed wing of the anti-apartheid struggle. But later, as a doctoral student, again at Princeton, where many of us are or have been, I learned the wider and longer story of the Reformed contribution to that struggle and the Belhar Confession itself. And I learned names like Dirk Smit and Allan Boesak and Jaap de Raan, two of whom we will chat with later today. So this is a real treat to be here and to talk about this confession, and more importantly, to listen to the witnesses who were there at the time.
Wonderful, thank you. I'm teaching a course here at PTS called Confessing the Faith to students who come from a variety of denominational backgrounds and faith traditions and a variety of contexts and a variety of stances of what they associate with confession, as I imagine is true for our audience today. So maybe we can pivot back and start at the beginning and ask, what is Belhar even? Why are we talking about it? What do we need to know about it? Can you enlighten us?
So I think I'll jump in again, and then Derek can come in with some of the scholarly detail that he's been researching. I would characterize Belhar as both a response to a particular situation and a retrieval of the gospel within that situation. So the particular situation it was responding to was that of a country deeply divided by a system of segregation. The technical name of apartheid was separate development. It was, in a sense, a twisted form of multiculturalism, rooted at least in part in theology. Now, the theology of apartheid built on a variety of different theological influences, among them the thought of the German missiologist Gustav Warneck, that operated with the idea of mission work, setting up separate churches for different ethnic groups. And this kind of idea would later find expression in the Dutch Reformed Church, which had been brought to South Africa with the first layer of colonization in 1652. Now, as late as 1829, the Dutch Reformed Church Synod still rejected the practice of racially segregated worship. Now, this had been happening in many of its churches, but the Synod said this was wrong, it's against the gospel. And yet, less than 30 years later, at its 1857 Synod, they decided to separate the celebration of the Eucharist on racial grounds due to the weaknesses of some, was the language that they used. Now, this would eventually lead to the formation of 4 distinct so-called ethnic Dutch Reformed churches for whites, for blacks, for Indians, and then for coloreds. And let me note that this latter term is a controversial term, referring to people of mixed race origin, of Southeast Asian origin, of Khoi and San origin. This fourfold, supposedly ethnic construction did not, in fact, adequately reflect the ethnic and cultural richness of South Africa, but placed people in artificial boxes based on skin tone and phenotype. But this system would later then form the foundation of the political system of apartheid. The second major theological root of apartheid theology was that of the theology of Abraham Kaper, who argued that there's common grace and there's special grace, and depending on the level of common versus special grace in any given society, there will be a lower and a higher level of cultural development. And this then would lead to an idea of each different ethnic group or supposed nation being on its own developmental pathway. And this developed into a theological justification of racism, essentially. So it's clear from this vantage point how apartheid was conceived as separate development. Offensive as this was in itself, the reality was even worse. People displaced from land and neighborhoods, educational opportunities taken away, imprisonment and torture of political prisoners. And by the 1980s, when Belhar was first drafted, a society on the brink of collapse. However, it's important to understand, secondly, that Belhar responds in the manner of a confession. It responds not simply to the political situation, but to the heresy within it, the heresy of apartheid theology. As Dirk Smit and Don Kloete observe in A Moment of Truth, South Africa had arrived at a kairos moment, a moment of truth in which the church not only could, but had to confess the gospel anew. And I will let Dirk say more about the details of how that came about. But in short, I will just say that what Belhar focused on was a status confessionis, a state of confession, where what is at stake is not merely accidental issues, not, as Calvin would say, adiaphora, but the very heart of the gospel of Jesus Christ. And furthermore, while the kairos of the moment calls forth the confession is not dictated by the situation. The situation does not speak, but the gospel speaks in the situation. And this is one of the major differences between confessional and liberation theologies. So from this recognition that the confession does not receive its content from the situation, then follows that it does not lose its truth or validity outside that situation. It's therefore precisely as a confession rather than a political statement that Belhar receives its applicability also to the American context, or any other context for that matter. Indeed, the Confession of Belhar, as we know, has been adopted by various churches, including my own denomination, the Presbyterian Church USA, as well as the Reformed Church in America and many more. One church that has not adopted it is the White Dutch Reformed Church in South Africa. The confession is unique, in my view, in being a gift from the majority world to the global church. And I think, from my perspective, I think it continues to speak with a powerful voice about the tasks of unity, justice, and reconciliation in the church.
Rachel, I love how you put that just a moment ago, that it's not the situation that speaks in the confession, but it's the gospel through the confession that speaks in the situation. I think that's a really important point and a really great way of making it very clear, concise, and precise. Belhar, like all confessions, is a statement of principle and purpose. It says, here is what we believe. This is how we must live. And crucially, as Reichel alluded to, Belhar participates in, grows from a larger and longer series of confessions and theological declarations addressing apartheid and its underlying white supremacy and racism. Now, we won't bore you with all the names and the dates and go from the beginning to the end, but Belhar belongs to an international and ecumenical movement that built up momentum throughout the 70s and early 80s and has roots going all the way back to the advent of grand apartheid in 1948 and antecedents going all the way back to the advent of colonialism. So while Belhar sort of emerges on the scene in the 80s, it's part of something much bigger and much longer. Now, chief among its most recent antecedents is the 1977 declaration by the Lutheran World Fellowship that the issue of apartheid was a theological crisis, what snotty theologians like us call a status confessionis. That just means something that's really serious, in which the unity of the church and the integrity of the gospel are at stake. That 1977 Lutheran declaration was followed up by the 1982 declaration of the World Alliance of Reformed Churches at the meeting in which Allan Boesak, who we'll talk with later today, was the moderator, in which the Reformed churches across the world, not just in South Africa, but the global Reformed community, declared apartheid to be a heresy. But Belhar itself also fits into the ongoing confessional work of Christians in South Africa. And there are some important episodes in that work that I really hope we'll get to hear about from our witnesses this afternoon in the next or later this morning, rather, in our next conversation. One episode took place, of all places, in a theological classroom at the University of the Western Cape, in which Jaap Duran, an Afrikaner professor, challenged his students to say what theologically was wrong with apartheid, in addition to everything that was wrong morally, socially, economically, etc. And his students came up with what becomes the central kernel of Belhar, namely that apartheid assumes the fundamental irreconcilability of the races, that they can't come together, that we can't be united, that we can't find common cause and common purpose. Whereas the gospel of Jesus Christ begins with a fundamental assertion of reconciliation with God and neighbor through Christ. So that's the theological kernel. And as Jaap Duran would tell the story, his students worked together with him to draft a proposal on apartheid that later went into the ecclesial deliberations of the Dutch Reformed Mission Church. And I'll be curious to hear, particularly from Drs. Smit and Boesak, how that document informed their later work with the World Alliance and with the Belhar Synod itself. Another important antecedent to Belhar is the work of the Beleidende Kring, the Confessing Circle, who also published a theological declaration against apartheid, which South African historian and missiologist Klippies Kritzinger has done text critical analysis and shows how its formulation of unity, reconciliation, and justice feeds into the eventual and final formulation of Belhar. So that's a little bit of what Belhar is, as a particular statement of principle and purpose that participates in and grows from this wider ecumenical and theological work.
Thank you both. That's very helpful. Reichel, could you expand a bit on this question of how Belhar fits into the wider anti-apartheid movement, right? Obviously, it became kind of the salient point and very influential, has this very influential legacy. But especially within the churches at the time, what is kind of the particular stance that that the confessions takes with regard to maybe other options that were at hand and that were under discussion at the time? So just to get a bit more of a sense of like the particular intervention that it made and how it fits into the climate of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I will not focus so much on the political struggle here. That is rooted in the history of the African National Congress. It was started in 1912, and various events that happened over the course of the century, as well as other liberation movements like the Pan-Africanist Congress and so on. But the struggle within the churches was a particular kind of struggle, and much richer than I can convey in a few minutes. But let me say that I think it's helpful if one thinks about the different responses to apartheid and apartheid theology, that apartheid theology ostensibly sought harmony through separation. Now, and this rested on a sense that God wills for each cultural group, supposedly, its own destiny. So, I mean, this was a theological project that was doomed from the start, since it built on a form of natural theology that provided cover for racism and selfishness. And in hindsight, of course, we can judge it by its fruits, which was to give birth to a gravely unjust political system marked by atrocities. But it is important to keep that original idea in mind, that the idea that it used to sell itself to itself, which is that of harmony through separation, because that helps us understand at least three distinct responses, theological responses to apartheid theology. And Belhar, of course, takes on, in particular, apartheid theology's reliance on natural theology. So in this, it brings that thundering no of Karl Baard to the South African context, and it operates with the sense of urgency that the gospel had become compromised through this form of cultural/natural theology. Now Belhar starts with the confession of the Trinity, a standard response to heresy throughout the centuries. It emphasizes that the church belongs to God, and it emphasizes the unity of the church as the body of Christ. In its focus on reconciliation, it moves beyond the church to society. In line with the confessional stance it adopts, it then doesn't judge political models per se, but condemn the false doctrines that use the gospel to defend racial separation as if it were the will of God. Belhar's moving description of how God stands for justice is nothing but a succession of Bible verses from the prophetic tradition, right? He brings justice to the oppressed, he feeds the prisoner, he supports the downtrodden, those kinds of quotes. Now, if who God is, right, you start with the Trinity, if who God is a God of justice, then the church is called to witness against injustice. And it follows, and I quote, that any ideology which would legitimate forms of injustice and any doctrine which is unwilling to resist such an ideology in the name of the gospel must be rejected. In conclusion, Belhar then echoes the ancient primary confession of the church, Jesus is Lord. But within the context of South Africa, as it was in the context of Nazi Germany, this confession now becomes a political act. It was to say that the earthly powers are not the final authority in the lives of Christians, but Christ is. So in addressing the heresy of imagining that we have the right to rip Christ's church into pieces based on so-called natural diversity of people, Belhar offers a public witness that reminds us that God's special revelation in Christ trumps all forms of natural or cultural theology. Now, quite different to this was another response to apartheid, which is that of liberation theology. And you can see this exemplified in particular in the Kairos document. Now, the Kairos document, first published in 1985, originated from the leadership of the Institute for Contextual Theology and argued for contextual analysis and prophetic praxis. It shares with Belhar a sense that South Africa had arrived at a Kairos moment, a moment of crisis, but also of possibility. It identifies apartheid theology as state theology, echoing again that Barthian critique of a natural theology that merely baptizes cultural forms. Offering a contextual reading of Romans 13, Kairos rejects any notion of uncritical obedience to the state. As we know, Romans 13 is notorious for being used by anybody who wants to oppress people, that you just have to obey the state. Kairos rejects the God of the state, signaling that this theology is a clear misuse of Christianity in the interest of power. It also rejects a second kind of theology, what it calls church theology. But by that he means sort of the milquetoast prophetism that you would sometimes find, say, in some of the English-speaking churches in South Africa, or maybe some of the evangelical groups, and maybe a few people in the Dutch Reformed Church who would say, well, maybe need to think a little bit more about apartheid. Sort of a mild-mannered, but not very committed kind of critique. Kairos is very critical of this because it suggests that this is utterly useless, which is true. So having rejected both the distorted public theology of apartheid and a theology of withdrawal from a real engagement with the so-called public sphere, Kairos then calls for a prophetic theology that would focus on those parts of scripture that have an immediate bearing on the South African crisis. They would be praxis-oriented, confrontational, focused on the suffering of the oppressed, would engage in social analysis, denounce tyranny, offer a message of hope, and participate in the struggle. You can clearly see the classical elements of liberation theology at work here. And even though Kairos, unlike Belhar, is more formally focused on the context of South Africa, it nevertheless had some global repercussions. We see this in the drafting of other Kairos documents, for example, in Kairos Palestine, and so on. Then there's a third response that I identify with the theology of Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who developed his own blend of liberation theology and what might call a theology of enculturation. So at the heart of this theology is the traditional African concept of Ubuntu, which emphasizes belonging to a community of people, and the corresponding idea that the path to authentic humanity lies in one's relationship with others. It's sometimes expressed as saying that a person is a person through other persons. Now, this is a little bit different from more stereotypically Western understandings of individual and community. So what Ubuntu does is it says that authentic humanity does not lie via the path of self-fulfillment or self-expression, but really finding your authentic self within your community. Where Belhar and Kairos and Ubuntu theology all emphasize or criticize the injustices of apartheid, Ubuntu brings a further element to the conversation. It says that apartheid theology created discord instead of harmony, thus striking a blow at the pretense of apartheid theology that it sought harmony through separation. As such, Ubuntu theology recognizes that one of the problems of apartheid theology, and by extension, the system itself, was its faulty philosophical framework for dealing with diversity, which breaks the human bonds that make us human and thereby dehumanize both victims and perpetrators. Apartheid on the whole prevented people from exhibiting solidarity with one another across racial lines and went further by having one race subordinate and harm others. So what I see doing here is that Tutu is actually offering an alternative philosophical framework that is rooted in the African context. So as a result, it not only denounces apartheid, but urges actions that would heal the community, as was seen in the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So what I would say in sum is that all three of these types of responses are concerned with justice, but they each respond to different elements in the apartheid system. So Belhar targets the separatist roots of it and the ways in which particular assumptions in natural theology led to the mere baptizing of cultural and racial prejudice. Kairos, in contrast, explicitly called for a contextual theology of liberation that stands in the tradition of the Hebrew prophets, and Ubuntu theology presents an authentically African contribution to the conversation. So put them together and you have, I think, a potentially really rich conversation that can be informative also for conversations in other places.
That's fascinating and very helpful, Rachel. Thank you so much. Derek, I wonder if you can enlighten us, and Rachel has kind of gestured a little bit towards the more than contextual relevance of the confession already. So I understand that the Belhar Confession is not only immensely important in the anti-apartment struggle, but it has since also gained this new and special status in the Reformed tradition and also beyond, maybe kind of marked a turning point in the history of confession. What is new here? How does Belhar fit into this longer and larger trajectory of Reformed confessions, or of how we understand what it means to confess? How has it transformed this understanding? What is this larger significance today?
Yeah, I want to start out with a point you just made in your question, Hanna, and a point, Rachel, you made in several of your remarks, and that's this twofold relationship between particularity and context and universality, or if that word is a little too philosophically freighted, generality and trends contextual application. And I think for Christians, we should be readily at home having those kinds of thoughts, because on the one hand, we cherish the particularity of Jesus of Nazareth. The fact that Jesus was born a Jew in the 2nd century in the Roman Empire and all those things matter. But they don't matter to such an extent in such a way that all of us now have to live like 2nd century Palestinian Jews in form and fashion. So there's this dynamic back and forth between the particularity and then the generality. And I think that's a good way to think about confessions. Yes, they have a very distinct, specific, and particular context, but they also have application far beyond that time and place. Now, I think, Hanna, you asked what's new with Belhar. I think one of the things that's new with Belhar and with the Barmen Declaration before it in the 1930s during the church struggle against Nazism is that these are distinctly social and political confessions. They are not primarily about doctrinal controversies over the Trinity, over the sacraments, over the Pope, over the priesthood of all believers, and so forth. And I think that presents a challenge to some of us in different wings of the Reformed tradition, because they sort of don't fit. Like Barmen and Belhar don't sit next to the Belgic Confession or the canons of Dort in an easy way just because of that difference. But I don't think we should be tripped up by that. I think there are good reasons why these more modern confessions speak in a more directly social, political, or moral way. And I think that goes to the heart of the connection between Reformed confessional theology and Reformed political theology. And I want to spin that out for just a moment. One of the things that, in my view, and I think it's not idiosyncratic or just, my neat thought, that distinguishes the Reformed tradition is the way in which we uphold that word and spirit are given to each believer without respect of person, place, or station. And because we all receive word and spirit equally, we all then in the community have reciprocal authority and freedom to bear witness to and with one another. And that internal principle that we are all servants in the community of Christ, in turn generates an external analogical principle for the political community. Because we're all servants in the church, reflecting Jesus Christ, God's own self, and the kingdom of God, and that the world, the secular political community, is in turn a secular analogy of that. Because there are no servants in the church, there are to be no masters in the political community. And when we find mastery, when we find domination, when we find tyranny, our Christian service of mutual witness in the church then issues in a public service of social criticism, of protest and resistance, and possibly in certain times and circumstances, outright rebellion or revolt. So I think one of the things that's I don't want to say novel because I think it's been in the tradition all along, but one of the things that these modern confessions, Barmen and Belhar, bring to fuller articulation is that analogy between church and state, Christian community and civil community. Everyone's a servant in the church, no masters in the political community. And that's, I think, one of the tightest connections between Reformed confessional traditions and principles and Reformed political, theological, or social ethical traditions. And I think that helps us not to keep Barmen and Belhar at arm's length, such that, short of Adolf Hitler and the Nazis, or absent legal racial apartheid, these confessions have no application. There's a way in which I think sometimes the unique circumstances of these two modern confessions, depends on my mood, either allows us to trick ourselves into thinking, oh no, these don't have application because our particular socio-political context is not quite as extreme or horrific as the Holocaust or apartheid. But I think when we think about the ways in which ordinary Reformed theological principles, ordinary Reformed ecclesiology iterate into principles for public life, for ethics, for politics, then that sort of contextual difference and barrier isn't quite as insurmountable as it might seem at first.
Yeah, thank you. And you put Barman and Belhar together in the same breath here, and that makes a lot of sense to me. And this question of like, how does the contextual, and maybe not the universal, but the principles, what are the principles that we draw out for public life, for ecclesial life, out of our confessional understanding? I will take the liberty to fill in a little bit from my own context here. I'm German, right? I actually wrote my first book on Baard as a confessing theologian, and so I'm very comfortable with understanding confessional theology as contextual theology and as public theology, and making that link. That's very close to my heart. And actually, that was where I was coming from when I was writing this book, and with this firm conviction that theology matters, right? And our ordinary theological commitments matter, and it matters to get them right, to then draw out these kinds of principles. And Barman, in my own trajectory, obviously held a special place there. And then for me, it was an absolutely mind-boggling moment when I first encountered the South African theologians. And I particularly remember a conversation with Piet Nodia, because with the same kind of understanding that the theology matters in these different contexts, but also is kind of beyond them and then speaks into them. From my context, there was a strong sensibility for the fact that theologies of unity have a bend towards totalitarianism, right? That's kind of the German heresy and history there. And that in order to counter that theologically, we need to place emphasis on otherness theologically and to make space for difference, right? And so this was like this moment where I thought, right, with Barman, and then now meeting the Belhar people in the Belhar trajectory, and they came with the opposite intuitions and were like, no, a theology of difference, that is what we have encountered as leading to segregation, as leading to racial apartheid. So therefore, we have to theologically counter that by stressing reconciliation and unity. And that was a moment of intense grappling for me, because I felt like both in terms of principle and in terms of the politics and also the theology, we share so much. But then the intuitions almost run counter to one another and seem to contradict one another theologically to some extent. Obviously, you can reconcile these different ideas into a larger theological framework, but that made me pause and maybe, so this is just a longer segue into my last question for you all, which has to do with the question of what does it mean for us to adopt confessional statements out of context, right? So many of us are now in church traditions that have actually adopted the Belhar Confession as part of our own tradition, even as our own confession, our own public witness, our own ecclesial life takes place in other contexts. How do we negotiate these questions of like the timeless witness to the heart of the gospel that speaks into a situation, as Reichel put it earlier, and this question of like the hermeneutical working out of what that speaking into might also look like differently. So can we draw out, right? Can we draw out principles and enduring commitments here, or how do we hold these things together? What do the two of you say? And as I open the space for you to answer, this is my last question to you. I also want to say to everyone in the audience, please feel free to drop your own questions in the Q&A. We'll have some time to continue the conversation by opening it up to all of you. But so first, Reichel and Dirk, what does it mean for us today to have Belhar as a confession if we're in different contexts?
I think, sadly, most of the time, having Belhar hasn't meant very much for many of us. Adopting it as a form of unity, including it in a book of confessions, or recognizing it as a contemporary testimony in itself, the mere adoption, recognition, does nothing. I take it to be something of an ecclesial equivalent of virtue signaling on social media. Hashtag this, or protest that. It's a first step, and a necessary one, I think, but it's only a first step. It's not nearly a final step. And I think I'll speak only for my own Presbyterian Church USA tradition, of which I'm a member and which my wife is an ordained clergy person. There was a mighty effort over many years to finally get it adopted. And, the adoption was fraught in the ways that bureaucratic ecclesiastical processes are. But I think for many of us in the PCUSA, we kind of went, we did it once we got it in the book. And then we haven't necessarily as a whole. Now, there are congregations here and communities there that Belhar is a vital and vibrant part of their piety and their social ministry. But as a whole, I don't know as we've really taken the next steps. We just sort of say, yay, look what we did. Look at us. Aren't we great? I think Eberhard Busch puts it best, and I will thank Dr. Smit. I think I first encountered this quote of Busch in an essay of his. But Busch says, a confession is not a relic to be displayed in a glass case in a museum. It's a battle flag to be carried before the church and for the church to march behind. And, setting aside those of us who might be uneasy about military metaphors, I think the principle is exactly right. For a lot of us, we've turned Belhar into a relic. It's in a glass case in the home office, in the museum. And we need to take it out and carry it before us and let it lead us. And for me, that means two things. First, I think it means a re-engagement with confessional praxis. Now, a lot of times we think of confessions as these sort of lightning bolts that strike from on high without warning and without anyone being any the wiser until after they happen. But that's a mistake, both as a matter of historical fact and I think a matter of theological principle. Confessions bubble up from below, and I've tried to point to this, and I know we'll talk more about this with the witnesses. There are multiple communities, whether they're individual congregations or judicatories, whether they're academic institutions or ecumenical fellowships, who are as Reformed Christians and ecumenically as Christians of different stripes, taking the text of Scripture in one hand and the context in which they find themselves in the other, and trying to figure out what the gospel requires of them. And that's just what Christians do. We can substitute confession, small c, for the word witness as a synonym. We're always confessing our faith in word and deed. Most of the time, our confession is informal. We have sort of a general sense of what it is to be Christian in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, what it is to be Christian in Cape Town, South Africa, or wherever you might be joining from. And we, kind of go about our business without too much fuss. But from time to time, we run into confusion and occasionally contestation. We don't know what to do. We're not in agreement about what's right. And that's where this status confessionis thing emerges, where we don't know what we're doing or what we should do. And we have to slow down. We have to think it through and talk it out and come to some kind of consensus about whatever matter is presenting itself, whether it's a doctrinal matter about the Pope in the 16th century or a political matter about fascism or racism in the 20th. And that's what a confession is. It's that moment in which Christians in whatever scale, nationally, internationally, denominationally, come together and say, this is so important to us that we have to say something. We have to make it formal and explicit. We believe this, we must do that. So I think what comes in between the ordinary confession of daily witness and the crisis confession of the status confessionis is, again, what snotty theologians who know Latin call a processus confessionis. That is a formal process, whether it's, the Pittsburgh Presbytery decides to do this or the PCUSA decides to do this. But we take this thing we have in our book, dust off the volume from the shelf, and open it, and importantly, open ourselves to it and say, what does this require of us here and now? And secondly, and briefly, I would say the other thing that having Belhar means is that when we adopt a confession that's not 300, 400, 500, whatever years old, but is the work and witness of living, breathing Christians and communities beside us, over the ocean or across the border or down the street, I think it's to give those Christians authority of a certain kind. We need to listen. We need to say, look, we think you got it right. Unity, reconciliation, justice. Now help us get it right in our context. What do you see from South Africa, from Cape Town, from Johannesburg, from Durban, from wherever, in Philadelphia, in Pittsburgh, in Los Angeles, in Chicago? And that's a scary thing because we're giving up control. But I think the two things we need to make having Belhar mean something is to engage in a more formal and rigorous process of reflection and discernment. And part of that process, I think, really needs to be an international and ecumenical dialogue where Christians and communities that produce Belhar can help us in the United States, in Canada, or wherever you find yourself to say, from our vantage point, Belhar looks like this for you. You know, it's not the final word, but it's part of that dialogue that gives us the work and witness of the Spirit among us.
Let me actually jump right in at that point, because I think that's such a valuable point to make. You know, when I interviewed at Union Presbyterian Seminary 3.5 years ago, I was asked the question. I actually did my job talk on the Heidelberg Catechism, which is, by the way, I have to differ from you, Derek. I think all the confessions are deeply contextual. At least that's the way Professor Willie Jonker taught that to us back in Stellenbosch. But that might be a South African bias. Right. But anyway, I was doing this talk, and then, you know, we were generally talking about confessions, and I was asked the question, why do we need the Confession of Belhar if we have the 1967 Confession, which also deals with issues of race and racism? I don't think I answered very well that day, but I subsequently came to realize that probably the most important thing there is that Belhar is a confession that comes to the global church, including the Western churches, from the majority world. It's a reversal of direction. It is a gift to the global church from a church that was the result of missionary work. It is, in that sense, a breakdown of sort of a colonial pattern when it comes to confession. And I think that's extremely important. And also, broadening out from that, I think it offers us two particular things. The one is that South African context and the conversation that was going on at the time. And the other one, of course, is its themes that it contains. That is a reminder that when we're confessing, we're not just confessing about our faith in the sense of here are statements that we believe, but that these statements have to do with the way that we live. I mean, Belhar offers us rich reminders of who God is, the triune God who gathers, protects, and cares for the church. And this is maybe particularly important for us Protestants who often have a very weak ecclesiology. It offers us a vision of the church as called from the entire human family. Again, I think our vision of the church is often impoverished. In fact, one of the hallmarks of apartheid theology that I didn't mention earlier was that Abraham Kaper, for example, believed that the unity of the church was only to be seen as eschatologically. It doesn't matter in this world. Belhar goes against that line of thinking and talking about the visible unity of the church. It urges us toward the urgent work of unity, reconciliation, and justice. It implicitly warns us against forms of natural theology that would merely serve to baptize existing prejudices and the exploitation of people. And this, even though I'm a Tillichian, I believe in a theology of culture. I'm not a Baardian, but I believe that this is a major, important reminder coming from the Baardian tradition. Time and time again, we need that warning. Don't just baptize your prejudices. Don't Christianize them. Don't pretend that they come from God. As we said a few times already, one of the strengths of Belhar is its genre. It speaks to us from a context and it transcends it at the same time. And yet, and I reverse that again, I do think it's helpful to go back to that context and ask, what else does Belhar bring with it? I think Belhar invites us not only into its own theology, but into the broader anti-apartheid conversation that was happening in the churches. We see the strong emphasis on the biblical prophetic tradition in Kairos, as in Belhar for that matter. We see the call for doing contextual theology. And of course, on the surface, Belhar and Kairos would seem to be opposites there, because the one kind of eschews context and the other one explicitly calls for it. And we know this is a familiar methodological difficulty in theology. Nevertheless, I think that Kairos reminds us that if we are to respond to the context, we also need to know the context if our responses are to be appropriate. And furthermore, Ubuntu theology, that in my view, it's not in Belhar, but Belhar drags it with it, right? And reminds us that we need to listen more and more to the voices from the global church. We need to listen to the voices of African Christians, and by extension, Asian Christians and Latin American Christians, and so on. And what are not only their perspectives on issues of liberation and justice, but also particular cultural elements that they might bring to the table, where they remind us again, are you sure that the philosophical framework that you bring to your theology is necessarily sufficient? The theological work done in South Africa in response to apartheid, I think, also serves as a warning against breaking apart the Church of Jesus Christ due to the weaknesses of some, or even due to recognizing cultural differences. And I thought what you said there, Hanna, was very, very interesting. I picked up on that as well. I mean, coming here, suddenly multiculturalism is sort of the cool thing. And I'm like, yes, I kind of agree, but what exactly do you mean by that? If it means everybody is sitting on their own little, pile of cultural goods, and there's, no real unity, there's no real connection, then I know from my own context how problematic that can become. And I think, as always, with almost any theological question, we find ourselves between two extremes, and we might want to adopt sort of an Aristotelian virtue approach and find the golden means in between those things. Just in conclusion, I think Belhar warns us that other identities ought to never supersede our Christian identity. That, I think, is the main theological contribution it makes to this. Likewise, the Kairos document coming alongside it reminds us that such separation serves power imbalances and lead to injustice. And alongside that, Ubuntu comes along and warns us against a problematic and dehumanizing philosophical anthropology that sows discord while pretending to seek harmony. The conversation within which Belhar functioned and originated is, for me personally, the richest aspect of it, alongside its actual content. It's a helpful reminder that justice is not secondary to theology. It's not even simply a matter of ethics. It is that too, but it belongs to the very heart of the gospel of Jesus Christ.
Thank you both so much for these rich insights and reflections. I want to at least briefly open this conversation also up to the questions from the audience. So if you're listening, if you have questions, please put them into the Q&A. You should find a little button at the bottom of your screen, not for the chat, but for the Q&A. And we'll pick them up as best as we're able in the short time. So here's the first question from Neil Preza. And the question is, a few years ago, working groups of the World Community of Reformed Churches and the World Council of Churches sponsored gatherings to explore the contemporary application of and connection between the Belhar Confession and the Accra Confession, since racial justice and economic environmental justice are interrelated. And these are the two most recent instances also of where the Reformed churches declared status confessionis. And in light of that, what are your thoughts on current discussions in the Presbyterian Church USA for a new confession to emerge from an American context that leans into this intersectionality of race, economics, environment, gender, class, and so forth? Rachel, you're muted.
Yeah, no, sorry. I was trying to move the question away from my microphone box. Just off the top of my head here, I would want to ask a few questions about that. The one is, yes, I think when it comes to environmental issues in particular, I think we need to start paying much more attention to that, not only from an ethical perspective, but from a directly theological perspective. We often, there's always been a temptation in Christian theology to have a slightly pseudo-Gnostic approach to the world and a kind of a weak doctrine of creation, alongside an exploitative approach to the world. So I think that's something that needs a lot more conversation. At the same time, I would always caution making sure that if we are creating confessions, that we are not simply following political, popular themes. So this needs to really come from a sense of crisis, a sense of this is indeed what is at stake here is the gospel. It needs to be rooted in really good theological work. So that's my general, very on the spur of the moment thoughts on that.
Yeah, I would second what Reichel said there about being guarded not to, as she put it earlier, baptize our prejudices, even if they might be good ones, even if they might be bent toward justice. My understanding of these things is shaped by an historically informed perspective, and I know Nathan will be happy about that as a social historian, that a confession isn't the beginning, it's the end product of a period and process of work. So for example, in the German church struggle, of which we know Barmen is kind of the headline confession, in the period 1933 to 1934, there was something like 78 theological declarations issued on both sides, both by the confessing church and by the German Christians. And really, Barmen's the only one that kind of came to the fore and has carried forward. That's not to say another one could not, under circumstances, be retrieved and brought forward and come to have significance and authority. So I think one of my earliest academic memories as an undergraduate was the Lutheran social ethicist Jean Bethke Elstein giving the lecture on American democracy. And at that time, she was working on grassroots organizing sorts of things. And she said, and it really shaped me at the end of the lecture, she said, never be afraid to undertake playful experiments with serious intent. So I think whether it's a whole denomination or the World Council of Churches or, First Reformed Church in Podunk Town, Kentucky, if they want to get together and have a think and a chat about racism in the United States and want to take Belhar as part of the influence, put out a statement and see what happens. This is how this works. It happens, sort of episodically and sporadically here and there. And then in certain times and places under the guidance of the Spirit, something catches and coalesces and moves forward in a big and significant way, like Barmen or like Belhar. But we can't know that going in. We can't say on Tuesday, yep, we're going to have a confession by Friday. It's a long and unpredictable, experimental, improvisational undertaking. And I think we should give it a go and see what happens.
Wonderful. We have a few more questions coming in. Some of them start segueing into the question that we're going to treat more in depth in the afternoon, the question of what are these moments that may be calling us to confess in our context today. So if I can ask the audience to hold those burning questions and really bring them all back in the afternoon, because we're going to have more time for that then. I want to take a moment to thank both of you for this very rich conversation, for allowing us to glimpse into what Belhar is, what it might mean for us, and wrap our minds and hearts around it. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for Hanna for facilitating those questions, and thank you, Reichel and Dirk, for giving us so much to think about, such helpful ways to frame the Belhar Confession. I am Nathan Jérémie-Brink, the Feeks Assistant Professor of the History of Global Christianity at New Brunswick Theological Seminary. And as we continue, it is my pleasure to introduce our next three panelists who will be joining us in furthering this conversation. I will give them just brief introductions so we can use as much of our time as possible to have them respond and discuss. Our next group of discussants are Allan Boesak. Allan Aubrey Boesak is a minister, politician, anti-apartheid activist, and professor. He studied at the Theological Seminary of the Dutch Reformed Mission Church and was ordained first in Paarl in 1968 at age 22. In 1970, he started advanced studies at the Theological University at Kampen in the Netherlands and was awarded the doctor's degree in theology in 1976. He became known as a liberation theologian, starting with the publication of his doctoral work, Farewell to Innocence, in 1976. Dr. Boesak's public service to the church included his election as president of the World Alliance of Reformed Churches in 1982, a position he held until 1991, and during which the body importantly rejected apartheid as heresy. He rose to prominence during the 1980s as an outspoken critic and opponent of the National Party's policies in South Africa, and played a role in the formation and leadership of the United Democratic Front from 1983 to 1991. He worked with President Nelson Mandela, Archbishop Tutu, and a whole array of world leaders to end apartheid. Boesak is an award-winning author of 24 books, gives us all something to aspire to. Most recently, Selfless Revolutionaries, Biko, Black Consciousness, Black Theology, and a Global Ethic of Solidarity and Resistance, which was published in 2021. He has served as a professor and visiting professor at numerous institutions, including in the United States, and with his most recent appointment as professor of theology and ethics at Pretoria University. And I also wish to just welcome him and express deep gratitude personally. I was so deeply impacted as a student at Calvin College reading Dr. Boesak's work that it came to inform my activities in anti-racist organizing in the United States and gave me insights on how racial justice work could look within the Reformed theological tradition. And then when I was at McCormick Theological Seminary, hearing you speak in person affirmed my vocational struggle to be engaged in this work, in thinking critically, in remaining engaged in activism and connected with the church. So I feel very humbled to have you here today, and I'm so grateful to welcome you. Our next discussant is Dirk Smit. Dr. Smit holds appointment as the Rimmer and Ruth de Vries Professor of Reformed Theology and Public Life at Princeton Theological Seminary. He's a leader in public theology and church life in South Africa and in the ecumenical world. Dr. Smit holds degrees from Stellenbosch University, Umea, and received his PhD from Protestant Theological University in Groningen. His academic appointments have included Humboldt University, Berlin, Stellenbosch, and the University of the Western Cape. He's been given numerous fellowships and titles of distinction, and has also served as a pastor. Over the past 3 decades, he's emerged as one of South Africa's significant theologians who has written extensively in English and Afrikaans on the legacy of the Reformed tradition and its relevant to contemporary theological, social, and political questions. His teaching, supervision, research, and popular writing all draw upon experience in ecumenical theology and in the church's public witness in South Africa. One of the things that Dr. Smit said when speaking at an event at New Brunswick Seminary 4 years ago was that he urged the church to an ecumenical spirituality of encounter, of engagement, of meeting, and of conversation. And I am struck by that encouragement as something we could continue today, that the more we disagree, Smit reminded us, the stronger we refuse to let one another go. We, in this way, can become long to understand and welcome one another. So eager to continue this spirit of spirituality of encounter with you today. And our third panelist here who will share in this conversation is Rothney Tshaka. Dr. Tshaka was born and raised in Kimberley and studied at the University of the Western Cape for a bachelor's of theology. At that time, he was also involved in student politics in the Azanian Student Convention in 1998. He then moved on to the University of Stellenbosch, where he completed an MDiv as well as a licentiate in theology. He also studied at Columbia Theological Seminary in Georgia and completed the MA at the Free University of Amsterdam before returning to the University of Stellenbosch for his doctoral work in theology. Tshaka is also an ordained minister of Word and Sacrament in the Uniting Reformed Church in Southern Africa. He has taught at numerous places, including Murray Theological College in Zimbabwe, and also here, welcome back, at New Brunswick Theological Seminary. Since 2009, he has held appointment as a professor at the University of South Africa, where he's also served in many administrative leadership positions. His writing and teaching examine the intersections of theology, politics, culture, and race. He addresses issues of Black theology and liberation and African theologies as responses to dominant white theologies. So we welcome you back and welcome you all here for this time together. And I must admit, as someone who was born the year that the Belhar was drafted, I really truly feel almost as a child sitting at the feet of the elders that I get to be with you and moderate this conversation. So I look forward to your wisdom. And before I go with any specific questions, we had such a rich table set for us by Reichel and Hanna and Derek, and wondering if there are any responses right out of the gate that any of you would like to have to the discussion that they have already begun for us.
I found it wonderful. I found it very instructive and helpful, and they said lots of things that I was hoping to say myself. So yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I thank them for that. Yeah.
Wonderful, wonderful. Then the first question that I'd like to get us started with is if you could each take a turn sharing with us your personal roles and contexts in connection with the Belhar Confession, in the efforts respecting its language and its process, and any insights in the development or use of the confession from the vantage point of each of your social locations and involvement.
Well, who do you want to start first?
You may go ahead, Professor.
Can I go ahead? All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Or good morning to you. Happy to be with all of you. And let me just say how very, very happy I am to be with my two colleagues here today. Dirk Smit, I regard as one of the most brilliant and meticulous theologians that I know, whose work has inspired me for so long. Rothney Tshaka, whenever I think there are moments to sometimes despair of the younger generation of Black theologians, I think of Rothney Tshaka, and I think there is a shining light that have not let us down. And so I'm very, very grateful to be with you, privileged also to be with you in this. Let me just say, I mean, I was listening to the two previous speakers, and I marvel at the stuff you see in Belhar that we didn't. When we were sitting down talking about this, writing this stuff, and I find it all very, very, very interesting. I would like to have, at some point, a longer conversation about the approaches to Belhar and whether the different approaches to reading, understanding, interpreting, living out Belhar, whether those approaches actually help the confession be seen in a more diverse and powerful light, or whether it brings more confusion around the confession and what it is supposed to do. But that's just an opening remark. From my point of view, I mean, I guess for me, the greatest connection with Belhar is the privilege to have been part of all of those informal discussions that had gone long, long before it ever became a confession written down on paper. I always say to people, I said it last week at the General Synod of my church here in Stellenbosch, and I said to them, you must never forget that Belhar was already in the hearts of our young people and our students in their commitment to justice, in their sacrificial love for God, for the country, for their people. It was almost written in blood on the streets of protesting resistance before it was written on paper as a confession. That's how Belhar comes to life for me, because I've seen it come alive and at work in resisting the forces of evil in South Africa in that particular time. But you have to go back though. So that's my first major connection with Belhar, that I've actually seen it live before I saw it on paper. The second thing that you must not forget is I do believe that Belhar comes out of a history of Black resistance, theological resistance against oppression and genocide and imperialism and colonialism from the very beginning, from the moment we realized that what we have in South Africa is a church for colonizers and a church for the colonized, and a Bible for colonizers and a Bible for the colonized, a theology for the colonizers and a theology for the colonized. And so from the very beginning, there was these different interpretations of the Bible, these different views of who God is, of who Jesus is, how we worship this Jesus whom we call Lord, and how is it that the Jesus of the imperialists and the colonialists is such a different Jesus from the one that the colonized and the oppressed people were praying to. So those were part of the background questions, the history, and I believe that's where Belhar comes from those very first moments of theological rethinking of the theology of colonizers and what that meant for the indigenous people. Second thing that you must not forget is that we come from the tradition of Reformed Christians like Albert Luthuli, who said to us that I'm going into the struggle and I'm taking my Christianity with me in hopes that it will influence for the good the character of our liberation. So that idea that you cannot be a Christian without bringing your Christianity into the struggles for justice and peace and liberation in South Africa. And he also told us that we must always remember that, that there is, he said, a witness to be born. And God will not forsake those who bear that witness fearlessly and faithfully. Those are the things that I remember sitting in my mind as we talk about what do we do? How do we become a church, not just a church with a confession, but a confessing church in the situation where we find ourselves? On top of Albert Luthuli, of course, we were challenged by somebody like Stephen Biko, who said to us that Christianity in the hands of the white missionaries has turned out to be the most effective instrument for the subjugation of our people. And then he went further, looking at the Black church, and he was saying to Black preachers, he said, but in your hands, Christianity is still the most effective instruments in the continued subjugation of our people. And as Black theologians and as preachers, we had to think about what does that mean. He also said to us that our interpretation of the Bible makes of the Bible a poisoned well from which our people are forced to drink. And those are the challenges. And I'm now talking Steve Biko speaking in 1970, in 1971. By 1974, we had the Beleid and the Kring, the Confessing Circle, and we were talking about these issues, and we were talking about a confessing church. We were also talking about a confession. We were talking about the unity of the church. We were talking about the participation of the church in the struggle for justice, which of course by 1976 became almost a moot point, because then we were no longer challenged just by Luthuli and by history and by Biko. We were challenged by the blood of our children on the streets, literally, and what the church should be doing. So for me, when I think of Belhar, where Belhar comes from, please, this is my mindset. This is, for me, the historic framework in which Belhar and its coming into being should be understood. I can say at least 4 things about Belhar itself that I find important, but let me stop here for a moment so that my colleagues can have an opportunity to respond to that question as well.
If I can go, Rothney, can I make 2 comments about my own social location? The first one is it was completely insignificant and small and irrelevant. I was young. I was teaching at the University of the Western Cape, but it was my 3rd year that I was there. I came from the White Dutch Reformed Church. I was from the first day deeply aware that I was there because I knew something about theology, but the students knew much more than I did about the faith and about life and about living under conditions of injustice and oppression. So I had to learn from them. They could just as well have rejected me and not welcomed me. They were extremely hospitable and welcoming, and it was a gift of grace to me from the first day. So I was there learning from the first day, from the students, from my colleagues, from Allan, who was student chaplain, student pastor at our university at the time. So I was not even part of the synod that adopted Belhar. I was not even present in the synod during the debate on the status confessionis, which led to the appointment of the commission. I was called and told that there is such a commission, and because you teach systematic theology at the faculty of the Western Cape, they put you on the commission. So come, the other people are busy in the synod. They lead the synod. So my role was completely insignificant. And my second comment has to do with what Allan said just now, and to underline the importance of that. My second comment is that, of course, my social location was that I was deeply, deeply, deeply part of all of this for my whole life. I grew up in the white privilege of South Africa, went to a good school, studied at the University of Stellenbosch. I had all the privileges of this system of exclusion and injustice. And as I studied theology, I became increasingly aware of that, and I was resisting that and critiquing that and against it. But I was thinking about that all the time. So the preparation for when I went to the Western Cape and when the synod happened, that was going on for many years. As Derek also explained, it was, as Allan now said, Belhar was only the end moment when the church was struck on the mouth and had to say something that, almost to our surprise, that this burden suddenly arrived, that the church had to say something, but it had been prepared a very, very long time, for centuries, and in the resistance movements in South Africa, and in the sermons and publications and speeches of people like Allan, and in many, many, many declarations and theological documents and discussions and conversations in our churches. So the content of Belhar, the ideas, the language that we use, the theology, that was all there. It was in the air. Everyone knew it. I remember that in the commission, Jaap Durant, who was mentioned earlier, told us this is not, when synod tells us thereafter a confession to explain why we say the truth of the gospel and the integrity of the church is at stake, this is not a moment for theological scholarship. This is not, we're not supposed to invent something new. We simply have to find the words that our church members already believe, and why they are against apartheid, because they think it is against the scripture and against their faith. And we have to try to find words and then take it back to them so that they can say, yes, we recognize our own faith or no, you didn't find the right words. So it was not a theological task or theological achievement. It was simply collecting everything. But if I can stay with that for a moment, and link that to what Dirk said about confessional praxis, that is an ongoing task. Martin Luther said that our whole life is confession. We were all confessing in any case all the time, by our actions and in our actions, by our views and our commitments and what we did. Those people who supported apartheid and who supported apartheid biblically and theologically, they were also confessing. With our lives, we were confessing. And in that sense, this is the challenge of a moment of truth and of a process of confession. There are not participants and observers. No one is looking on. We're all part of this. We are all implicated in this, and by what we say and do, or not say and not do. If we look away, if we don't regard this as important enough, if we don't care enough to get involved, we are also confessing already. And so there was a word from Dietrich Bonhoeffer that was very important in the anti-apartheid theology. I seem to remember, Allan, that you once used it as a motto in one of your books, or at least a quote or something, when Bonhoeffer said that those in moments of crisis, those who do nothing are also acting. Those who do nothing are also acting. And so yeah, my social education was like everyone in South Africa, that we were part of this and that we had to discern for ourselves what the truth was in that moment and what we were called to do.
Well, Nate, I think I must just correct you. So these two guys who just spoke before me, they are in a totally different category than me. I'm very young. I'm not within that confessing moment. But I think to come back to your question, I got to the Belhar Confession through Boesak. So when I grew up in the dusty streets of Reichel, outside of Kimberley, Boesak was the embodiment of the kind of theologian that you'd want to be. And so when you went to study theology, the idea that there was no apartheid, for me, I just could not imagine what theology is going to look like, because apartheid was so real. It was an impossibility to imagine beyond that. And I think this is the same problem that the confessing church in South Africa was confronted with. They have never thought of a time that there's not going to be apartheid, the way it was real. And so when I started theology, as I've said, it was first Boesak that people spoke about in our homes, in church and stuff like that, but also not always positively, because my grandmother would always discourage politics. And so for us, Boesak was the kind of theologian that you'd want to be. Not the one who always says or sings Kumbaya, but speaks to the system that keep Black people where they are. So when we speak about wanting to go study theology and knowing this Boesak, it was always, you guys have to stay away from politics because that's a bad thing. And the other facet is that we as Black people are seen to be so religious that it is almost assumed from us that if you deviate from that, if you don't insist on the religious, something is wrong with you. And this thing I discovered when I was helping Rick Osmer do some of his research in one congregation just outside of Stellenbosch in Krugersville. I think Rick Osmer is at Princeton. Taking the recordings and listening to the stories of our people, the assumption that it is a known thing, we're religious, and not, trying to sort of balance that with the realities that are man-made that we find ourselves in. And this is why you would not often hear me speak too much of that side, precisely because I have always tried to rebel against that assumption that, Rothney, you guys are religious, what's going on with you? And this is basically, I guess I'm overcompensating when it comes to speaking to the structures and the systems that have deliberately kept Black people as where they are in South Africa today. So that would be my brief response to that.
Yeah, wonderful. And I think in Professor Boesak and Smit's comments, in some respects, there is the distinction between someone who is a witness to apartheid and a participant in the confessing work of the church in South Africa, and someone who played some role in developing the languages and efforts to bring forth Belhar as a confessional moment, as a confessional document, is a sort of false distinction. I think that's what the thrust of what those comments together offer us, that authorship is not what we're after. An understanding of the context itself, the language and the witness is what we should be after. Granting that, is there anything as other Reformed communions are raising up the Belhar? Is there something in the history or the process or the language or the understanding of Belhar from each of your vantage points that has been missed or that has been understood, or something in its adoption or implementation? The complexities, deep trauma, hopes that may have been left out of the conversation that we would do well to pay attention to.
Well, was not because the Reformed tradition has a dearth of confessions. I'm not sure whether you guys can hear me. Can you? Okay. It's not as if, we are a confessional tradition, so to speak, more than maybe any other. Why do we have the Belgian confession, and why do we have the canons of Dort? Why do we have this rich Reformed tradition? And you have Calvin with his amazing and powerful theology of social justice, as Nicholas Wolterstorff calls it, from which I have learned so much and for which I learn every day. It nurtures my theology.
Dr. Boesak seems to have hit a little bump in his connection. Rothney, were you going to add something to that question?
Well, I think, and this is, I once had a conversation with Riana, who passed away, about where you choose to put the emphasis in your theological reflections. I actually think the Reformed tradition in this country has really had a missed opportunity to learn from the people of Africa, from Black people, from Africans, since it arrived on this continent. And I think also Black theology has not been very helpful in making sure that the conversational partners are also pushing an agenda that speaks to the lived experiences of Black people in totality, not only political. Because, you would not really have a conversation that says, can you imagine how my relationship would be with the other if the other is not Christian? The templates that are used by Reformed theology that are very exclusionary are still problematic today as we speak. And so even in the conversations that we've had previously, the idea that it is our Christian identity that then forces us into action can be seen as highly problematic as well. Because it is assumed that there has been no divine intervention in Africa until the arrival of Western Christianity. And Reformed theology has not wrestled with that. In fact, it has avoided that as much as it could. And so I am simply saying, perhaps if we had allowed ourselves to really drink from those cosmic gods, from those wells, we would have had a Reformed theology even quite richer today. The idea that you could transplant Reformed spirituality and Reformed theology to South Africa and keep it intact is highly problematic. You know, the stories that I once what I heard when I was when I was still a student, and Dirk has just this ability when he teaches and when he speaks to you to conjure up pictures of these things. And I was very much disappointed when I went to Geneva for the very first time, Calvin's Geneva. And I could not relate to the ideas that were created in my mind about Reformed spirituality, because of course, these things, they give you pictures, whether you like it or not. If that is the diet that you eat all the time, it creates some kinds of pictures, mental pictures in your mind. And I was surprised that people could wonder at the kinds of things that I tell them about their own places, and wonder why we don't, try to promote Africa with its richness, in as much as we push an agenda that seems obsolete, basically, in Europe and elsewhere today, because the church is empty in Europe, and yet we insist to have a particular diet of Reformed theology in South Africa. So these are the kinds of things that I think, we have had a lost opportunity, and we could have been much, much, much richer if we allowed for that.
Thank you, Rothney. Do you, just to follow up on that point, Derek had reminded me about the work of Kwame Bediako in Ghana, and some of these suggestions of if one could have a more expansive understanding of God's work on the African continent prior to colonization, would that offer us the kind of broader thinking about which you speak?
Again, I don't have the solutions to all of these things, Nate. I'm simply imagining that perhaps if we have done it that way, we could have been much greater. In the Reform tradition that I am, in the circles that I go around, I don't think we've even went that far. It's not, there's no conversation around these matters. But of course, we cannot look to the likes of Boesak and others, like Dirk would say, you guys must decide how the future is going to look from here on. But these are simple things that just, for me, reiterates the perception that there seems to be nothing that the other can learn from this. And that has been a very, very destructive perception of coloniality in Africa. The idea of saying there's only one form of knowing, there's only one form of knowledge production, which ultimately says we have to all shy away from the other things that we're also part of. I mean, there's no one who's only that. I'm a number of things, but it's quite easy for someone to just conclude that this is only what you are. And that's why I'm saying we need to get towards a knowledge that really appreciates the differences and know that there are nuanced complexities. And therefore, it can't just be that you just take one and be comfortable with that.
Well put. Dr. Boesak, I see that you've come back. I want to give you a chance to resume your thought if your connection is stable. We cannot hear you.
Yeah, no. I just unmuted myself.
Okay.
Thank you so much. This thing will be coming and going. And when it becomes too bad, I won't want to keep you all up. But let me say, you were, apart from what I was saying about how that very strong presence of a Reformed tradition made no difference at all to the people who were oppressed and enslaved and whose land was stolen by those very people who brought that tradition. And so the question is, how can we confess to be Christian? And now we are beginning, and Belhar came out of that. The questions that Rothney Tshaka is raising are the questions that a new generation is confronting us with. And I think it is absolutely wonderful that that is happening, because that brings a totally different dynamic to the conversation. But I would want to say, you also said there may be things that you think other people have not or have missed in Belhar.
Mhm.
One of the things that struck me as I was talking to people in the United States specifically, when both the Reformed Church in America and the Presbyterian Church were struggling with Belhar, is that they kept on thinking that Belhar was all about race and racism and apartheid. And they kept on saying, but we have been dealing with these issues. Now, first of all, I would say to the friends in the United States, apparently, and sometimes clearly, you have not been dealing with these issues adequately. If we see where we are in terms of the question of blackness and anti-blackness and white supremacy and fascism in white evangelical Christianity in the United States, but that's a different matter. Because Belhar is not about apartheid and racism and race only. Jesus is Lord. And that goes above. Okay, I'm back. This is going to become too bothersome. In the old apartheid struggle days, when things like this happened, we used to simply say, guys, it's the system. So there's somewhere there's a system that was sabotage this conversation. But the Lord, which is at the end of Belhar, but Niku Botha, our colleague at UNISA, has made a point that it should actually be the very first sentence, because that is what it all is subjected to in the end. Everything we say have meaning only because of that confession that Jesus is Lord. That's the first. The second thing is that you got to understand why we say it's not just about race, it is about justice. And if you go back to Article 4 that describes God, I have one formula in which I simply say, Belhar makes clear to us that God is a God of radical inclusivity, radical justice, radical love, radical solidarity. So, and where justice is done, it should be done to every one of God's children in every situation. Where injustice is done, it is the task and the duty of the church to go where God goes and to fight that injustice in every situation that we might imagine. And so for me, it was no Belhar justice, if that is your understanding, but you can only say that if you admit that Belhar talks about gender justice as well, that Belhar talks about justice for LGBTQI people, that Belhar talks about justice for Mother Earth and God's creation. And that is why that when the World Communion of Reformed Churches in the last 2-3 years or so have made that connection between Belhar and Accra, going on to the eco questions and to the economic justice questions, for me, it was a natural progression. And indeed, the one flows into the other. And it's that tendency to compartmentalize Belhar and to put Belhar into a certain historical almost locked up, so you guys adopted it, where they say the reason why they reject Belhar because Boesak says then you have to accept LGBTQI people as well, and we don't want that. And so they contradict themselves in that situation in a way that makes Belhar as a confession. It is Belhar as a confession about God as a God of justice that bothers them, and God's inclusivity that bothers them. And so I'm hoping that those debates are now behind us, because if I talk to Palestinian Christians, for whom Belhar is a precious gift, those issues are not are never discussed. They knew instinctively. They know what it is all about. And so, for me, the application of in a situation where are clinging has been, that makes Belhar so special for me. And then let me just say, because I might have a would finally be, is this church ready for the challenges that Belhar itself poses to the church? Not to government, not to the Dutch Reformed Church, not to anybody else, but to us. And so when this understanding of justice as God's inclusivity came up with regard to the LGBTQI question in 2008, and that caused the rift between myself and my church. And it was all about the understanding of Belhar. I began to understand much more than in 1982 or in 1986 what those challenges for the Uniting Church in Reform, Uniting Reformed Church in South Africa might be. And that is where we are. I spoke at the synod last week, and I said to them, you are the parents who have given birth to Belhar. But I look and I see Belhar is an orphan child. And left alone to face the world and the challenge in a changing situation, but where Jesus Christ still has to be confessed as Lord. That to me is the heartbeat of Belhar right now. Theology that we have to do and live out in all situations. I'm done.
Thank you, Dr. Boesak. And one thing that might help your audio come through a little clearer for us as we continue is maybe let's try if you stop your video, and then I think your audio feed might be a little less interrupted. Thank you.
I'll try that. Thank you.
Yes. Such an important point, and I think one that in North America we have heard specifically that question. Well, what are the implications? What else might be on the table if we are prioritizing those who are vulnerable and oppressed? What other issues of justice might this bring up? The inability of North American churches to restrict this document to just questions of race, that has been explicit. So thank you for speaking to that. Dr. Smit or Tshaka, any things you'd like to add to that?
The conversation has now become so rich that I'm thinking of so many different things that I don't really know what exactly to say. You originally asked about sort of the language of Belhar and what comments we can make on that. I don't want it to become abstract or theoretical, but let me take a short stab on that and then say something else as well. In the language of Belhar, different discourses came together and very consciously and very deliberately. So we spoke about this decades of theological discussion and so on, and the spirituality in the churches, and it was the end product of all of that, but the end product of several different issues and discourses. So in the commission, it was obviously clear that why do our members reject apartheid? Because they believed in unity. in the unity between human beings and in the church, unity of the church, and the inclusivity that Allan now spoke about, and the solidarity and the respect for others. That was so deeply ingrained in our church. I think it's fair to say that the people in the mission church at that time, later URCSA, never understood how race and culture could become a factor in the life of the church, to the extent that people would leave church services when people from a different cultural, racial background come. It was just unthinkable for Black Christians in South Africa. So that was obvious. It was because of unity. The second issue, I think Derek touched on earlier, was the theme of reconciliation, and that was deeply contested and controversial. Because, as Reichel said, in the Kairos document was against reconciliation, because they took reconciliation only to be this kind of superficial, I forgive you and I turn the other cheek and let's live in peace together. And that was rejected by many people in our churches. But on a deeper level, and again, Derek referred to that, 4 years earlier, in 1978, before I even joined the Black Church, there was this synodical decision based on the request from the students to the synod to take this decision, to say that what is wrong with apartheid is that apartheid doesn't believe that God, through God's word and spirit, can reconcile people with one another. So reconciliation is more than just the unity and the solidarity and the inclusivity, because reconciliation deals with the reality of the history and of past injustices and of pain and of guilt and the need for forgiveness, and those are difficult issues as well. But the church in 1982, when we had to draft Belhar, had already 4 years earlier publicly announced that apartheid was wrong, was heresy, because it denied the power of reconciliation. So again, it was obvious that this should be there. But the third thing was more tricky, and I remember that in the commission it was said that we don't have, at the time, we didn't have church documents. We've had long debates about unity and reconciliation, but justice was something different. We didn't really have church documents at the time that explicitly spoke about that. Yet, if we asked the members of our churches what is wrong with apartheid, most of them would have said that the God of it is unjust, deeply unjust, and that contradicts the way they see the God of the Bible. And we had to find words to say that as well. And if I wish Allan could say that, could tell that story himself, but let me quote Allan. He often through the years told a story that when he was ordained youngest minister ever in our church, in his first congregation in Paarl that you referred to, within the first 3 weeks or so, I think, according to the Group Areas Act, the colored people, his congregation, the people were forcibly removed out of Paarl, of the now declared white Paarl, away into townships. That was part of the apartheid reality and the apartheid system. So people lost their houses where their families lived for decades and so on. So he tells the story of Aunt Marai Arndse, who confronted him, a young minister in the congregation, about when he visited her, about her house that was going to be taken away from her, and she was with her family forced to move outside. And she said to Allan, I want to know what God says about this injustice. Don't talk to me about Jesus. I've known Jesus and I've loved Jesus long before you were born. But on Sunday I will come to the church and you tell me what God says about this justice. And I think I can relate that to Rothney's earlier question, that the Reformed tradition, this proclamation of the gospel, didn't speak into and didn't appreciate and understand the realities of Black life in Africa. Those were the existential questions, and the gospel was proclaimed in a way that didn't touch that. So that was the challenge. And then in his autobiography, Allan tells this the story of how he went to the Netherlands and how he studied and how he came back a changed person with a new kind of theology and with new answers. And there I must say, for me, part of the moving part of that story is that he tells the story how he found that in the Reformed tradition, in that Calvin from that Geneva, and in Abraham Kuyper, whose work was used to justify apartheid. And for me, this is the fascinating thing about Reformed confessional tradition, that we appeal to the tradition against the tradition. We stand in the tradition and we say, we think today we have a more authentic interpretation, understanding of where we come from, and we correct the tradition and we challenge the tradition, but we build on the condition. We are still the tradition, and we continue the same tradition. In Hanna Reichel's doctoral dissertation that was referred to earlier, it was shown how Karl Baard, as one person over his lifetime, did that repeatedly with the Heidelberg Catechism. Now he liked the Catechism, then he didn't like the Catechism, then he liked the Catechism, increasingly it became important to him, etc. So this is the way that we deal with former documents, and this is the way that we deal with Belhar, and that we should deal with Belhar, and the way that we are talking here. 40 years ago is a long time. That is not the final moment. We are part of a process, and this process still continues. So back to my response then. That third part, that is finding the language to tell Aunt Marie Arendse, what about this injustice, and where does God stand about this injustice? That was an important moment in the confession of Belhar, and those three things together, the unity which was obvious, the reconciliation that had been decided earlier, and the justice that was the need of almost of everyone. Those three together was the response. And then indeed, Allan has pointed that out. Other people have pointed that out. That Allan in the commission emphasized that Jesus is the Lord, should be there, and that is the key. That is the basis of this whole conviction. That is why we are willing to challenge the powers and those powerful people in privilege who selfishly seek themselves and harm others. That is why we are willing to resist injustice. It is because Jesus is the Lord, and in that tradition, Accra would later say we are not subjected to lordless powers. We believe in the Lord, in the Lord, and therefore we have the courage and the will to and the purpose to resist these powers.
As has already been mentioned, the quote from Luther that life is a confession. One question in the chat it encourages us to ask and poses to you: how might the church live into the Belhar Confession? And are there any ways we could think about praxis in the South African context, how South African church has lived with and into Belhar, that might be instructive for us? And I would just as a tack onto that, ask also, are there some of the ways we might think about the costs of living with Belhar? Obviously, this work, the anti-apartheid work, cost the pastors and the church and the student activists so much in that context, a very real cost that can be weighed in the South African context that we don't have in the same sense, or we don't have maybe a sense of in parts of the North American church. And so how can we think about that as we live into this so that we don't hold this up as a sort of cheap grace version of Belhar, so that we don't abstract it from the struggle, so that we don't have the kind of shallow reconciliation notions, but deep, costly understandings of these terms?
Well, maybe if I may to jump in now, and in response to this very important question, starting first and foremost with the cost, and I would say, I think there's a number of things that we have neglected to do. And so if you look at the issues that Belhar had raised then, And if you look at whether issues that continue to keep certain communities marginal are raised with the same energy that they did then, and you realize that it is not happening. And that's why many people ask the question, where is the church when some of these things are going wrong? And when they speak about the church, they are speaking exactly about the struggling church, the one that was bold enough that says apartheid is a sin and a heresy. And that is also because a number of things has happened in that for the longest time, the South African Council of Churches, which represented the churches, then adopted approaches that were problematic in that we engaged the government, but behind curtains and stuff like that. So these are some of the issues that we have not insisted on the independence of the church. And I when I speak about the church, I say it with a question mark, really. Because I really still believe that we cannot really speak of a church struggle against apartheid. There was never such a thing. There were individuals who struggled against apartheid. And even though you might have confessions like that, it was not, it had many struggles in many synods to get a particular position that becomes the church's position with regard to certain things. And the second point also is that if you look at where these individuals are located post-apartheid, you would find that some of them occupied key positions in government and stuff like that, and so the issues that kept the church on the edge of its seat are not pushed in that particular way. That would be the first part of that. The second part would be as the church that birthed the Belhar Confession, how has the Uniting Reformed Church dealt with some of these issues? First, has the Uniting Reformed Church allowed itself to be convicted by what is confessed in this Belhar Confession? Because if that was the case, then issues of justice, issues of unity would have been at a different level as they are. And that's why I wanted to refer to the recent incidents that happened in the synod where Allan Boesak spoke not long ago. Because some things were so sacrosanct that to ignore them would be to the detriment of the church. So that is my issue. I think we have disappointed Belhar to a great extent in that we have not embodied what we are confessing. We have been very confessional. We have recited these things that are written in the confession, but we have not embodied that. Because if we had embodied that, then it was going to be quite easy to just feel bad when we are not doing what the church is supposed to be doing in society today.
Thank you.
I'd like to make two comments. The first one on the how to live into the confession. I simply want to endorse what Rothney said now. In fact, perhaps that is the way of confessional documents. Once when they asked, not once, on more than one occasion, when Karl Baard was asked to participate in days like this, in a commemoration of Barman, he refused to do that. And part of his reason was that his disappointment in what happened to the living into Barman, that it was obviously not that people didn't understand what they were saying, and that they were not committed to that, and that the so-called confessing church was never that confessing of a church. So there's something of that. Russell Botman, in our case, Russell Botman wrote one of the last pieces that he wrote before his death was a preface to a book on Belhar, in which he said that Belhar came too early for his generation, which he meant it, and he was very hopeful. And he meant it in a hopeful way. So his point was, but the next generation, they will do it. And now that he looks at the next generation, they will live into Belhar. But I must say, for me, that is a tragic, sad piece to read, because I think he is absolutely correct. Belhar came too soon for us. We said things that we didn't understand and didn't consider and were not willing to to carry the consequences of that. That may perhaps always be the case with confessional documents. That may be the way the gospel works. In our case, that is true, and that is therefore, I don't think we have an answer for the rest of the world how to live into Belhar. On a more positive note, the world is living, the church, the worldwide church is living into Belhar in different ways. Accra is one of these examples. There are traditions of reception, and in different places, in some places, Belgium, it is for reasons of the unity. In American churches, it is for the reasons of race and reconciliation. In Germany and other places, it is because of the justice, the economic justice. So we live into these conditions not because of the original meaning and the fact that apartheid was there, but for what it now means to in new context to new people. So there is living into it, but we can always do better. But that was my short comment. My second comment has to do with the costs. In the conclusion of Belhar, it is said that we believe these things and we will do this in obedience to Jesus Christ. We will confess and do all these things, even though the authorities and human laws might forbid them, and punishment and suffering be the consequence. This synod knew what they were saying when they said these words. They were absolutely aware. I remember in those synods, at that time, we had in South Africa the so-called detention without trial. So they could take anyone without, the security forces could take anyone with giving any reasons, without accusing anyone of any crime, and just lock them up somewhere. Sometimes we didn't know where they were, for 180 days. And then the Minister of Justice could extend that for another 180 days. So people, for no reason whatsoever, simply because, and it was often ministers, because there was not much black political activity allowed. There was not trade unions allowed. There was the press was, the alternative press was not really allowed. So the voice of the voiceless was often the pastors, the ministers, and the funerals were the occasions where people could be together publicly and people could speak. So some of our theological students were just locked up. Russell Botman, Allan was in prison. During that synod meeting, my recollection, my memory is how the scribe in the morning would announce that last night they took this pastor and that elder away, so they will miss today's session. Everyone knew what it meant. It meant that the security police came to the houses where these pastors, elders were staying while at the synod, and just took them away. That was the reality. So saying these things, that though authorities and human laws might forbid them, and punishment and suffering be the consequence, it was happening in the synod, and they knew about that. I can speak more about that. But secondly, even more so, it was not just this fear that they may take us away and lock us up, but the fear, sort of the awareness. I wouldn't say fear, because what was surprising was the courage, the fact that the synod did this, but the knowledge, the awareness of what the consequences of this might be for every congregation of our church right across the country, where many of these congregations were dependent on support from white congregations, where many ministers were directly supported for their salaries, dependent on white congregations, where their members, I mean, this was public. The international press was in the synod, the local press was in the synod. The day after Belhar was adopted, the full confession was in the big Afrikaans newspaper, published there with reports. Everyone, everywhere in the country, in these local towns, would know that the synod, the black synod of the Reformed Church, rejected apartheid and said it is a heresy and is against the scripture, and it could have enormous consequences just for the ordinary lives of everyday people in the congregation. So this wasn't a game. This wasn't a theological document that came from studies and that was the product of scholarship and so on. This was a cry from the heart of people who, like Aunt Marai Arendt's, wanted to know was willing to say what they think God was saying. about this injustice, and they were willing to pay that price. So I think that in order to understand what happened 40 years ago, one must keep that in mind.
Thank you so much, Dr. Smit. And then we will let that wonderful reminder from Dr. Smit to consider this important context and the costs as an encouragement to do that for those who would hold up Belhar and seek to learn from it and with it. Thank you for that, and it has been a pleasure to be in this space and have this conversation with you, Dr. Boesak and Smit and Tshaka. Thank you so much.
Welcome back for the afternoon session of Confession Then and Now as we talk about witnessing with Belhar in North America. We have a panel of different people from all across North America whom you will be meeting. It's a really wonderful group that we've got together, and I'm glad we can do this way. Our afternoon moderator is Dirk Woodard-Lehmann. He is a lecturer in theology and ethics at Pittsburgh Theological Seminary. His research and teaching ask how the theological question, how shall we live as Christians, informs and transforms the political question, how shall we live with other citizens in an increasingly pluralistic and polarized society. So he will be introducing everybody else, and I'm glad to welcome Dirk. Thank you.
Good afternoon again, and thank you, James. Welcome if you're just joining us this afternoon, or welcome back if you were here for the excellent sessions this morning. This afternoon, we shift our focus from remembering Belhar's witness in South Africa with those who were there to imagining Belhar's witness in North America with various leaders from across North America. We have an exciting and inspiring lineup of leaders to help us do just that. I won't introduce them all at once right now. We've broken them up into 3 sets, and I'll introduce each set, let them do their thing, and then introduce the next set in turn. And I'll ask them, and we've asked them as an organizing committee, to speak about how Belhar informs their particular work and witness, whatever that might be. Our first set of presenters is Lisa Vander Wal and Morgan Bell. Reverend Dr. Lisa Vander Wal is an ordained minister of Word and Sacrament in the Reformed Church in America. She currently serves Lycius Kill Reformed Church in Colony, New York. She holds a Master of Divinity degree from Calvin Seminary and a Doctor of Ministry degree from New Brunswick Theological Seminary. Lisa is married to David, and together they have 2 adult children and 2 grandchildren. Welcome, Lisa. Morgan Bell is a PhD candidate at the University of Toronto, where he studies systematic theology and is writing a dissertation on Karl Barth's doctrine of the first person of the Trinity. Morgan is in ministry in the United Church of Canada and serves on the Roman Catholic United Church National Dialogue. Originally from a farm near Omemee, Ontario, he currently lives on Treaty 13 territory in Toronto. Welcome, Morgan. Lisa and Morgan each will share a few words about their work and witness. Then we'll give them a moment to respond to each other, either specifically about something in the presentation or more broadly on our theme of the Belhar Confession. So we'll start with Lisa and then turn things over to Morgan.
Thank you so much. And I ask your indulgence to me. I have COVID, and so my voice is a little crazy. And also, perhaps my remarks were created in a COVID fog. But I was asked to participate in this panel from the perspective of my leadership roles in the Reformed Church in America and the World Communion of Reformed Churches. My journey with Belhar began as the RCA was considering adopting the Belhar as a confessional standard. The RCA formally adopted the Belhar at the General Synod of 2010, at which I was also elected vice president. Shortly after that, I was invited to participate in a Sankofa journey. And the Sankofa journey, perhaps if some of you are aware of it, but it was an intentional racial immersion trip, bus trip from Grand Rapids, Michigan to the significant civil rights sites of the southern US. This was probably for me the most life-altering experience that I've ever had. I was paired with an African-American elder, a woman from Chicago. And as we traveled, we discussed films that highlighted racial issues as well as our own experiences. Hearing painful stories of discrimination and violence toward brothers and sisters made me realize just how important the Belhar themes of unity, reconciliation, and justice are for us as individuals and for the church to move toward a place where all are welcome at the table, where no one suffers discrimination and mistreatment because of their race. In 2008, the RCA boldly stated that a commitment to a multiracial future freed from racism. In 2012, it was added that the RCA will be a fellowship of congregations resisting the sin of racism and committing to a multiracial future, engaging all of God's people in mission and ministry. But when I included this in my 2012 General Synod President's Report, I was approached by a man who chastised me for raising the topic of race. This, for me, is the most compelling reason why the church in North America desperately needs the Belhar Confession, perhaps as much now as the Dutch Reformed Church, Mission Church in South Africa needed it to articulate it in 1982 and beyond. We need it in all its boldness to positively declare that unity is both gift and obligation. We also need it to confess where we have fallen short in embracing others with the reconciliation God has brought us to all of us in Christ Jesus. Another rich experience with the Belhar Confession has come through my involvement with the World Communion of Reformed Churches, whose focus statement is called to communion, committed to justice. The rich diversity of this worldwide communion has given me an almost visceral taste of words from the Belhar, that the variety of spiritual gifts, opportunities, backgrounds, convictions, as well as the various languages and cultures are, by virtue of the reconciliation in Christ, opportunities for mutual service and enrichment within the one visible people of God. The WCRC has taught me that there is a difference between being a church which has confessions and being a confessional church, a church who lives out its confessions deliberately and courageously, particularly with respect to matters of justice. This has been on full display during the time of COVID, although virtually everyone has had some negative impact during this time. The inequities within the world has been exacerbated in places like Africa and Asia, where people with disabilities, people of color, people who already struggle with the inequity of poverty and gender inequality. The WCRC engaged these justice concerns under an overarching theme of COVID-19 and beyond. What does the Lord require of us? For more than a year, we invited participants from all over the World Communion to speak the reality of their situation. Allan Boesak was part of these discussions, and at times in a focus group with me, and the themes of the Belhar, as well as the more recent Accra Confession, were affirmed again and again. It reminds me of the words of Cain in Genesis 4, verse 9. Am I my brother's keeper? The answer from these confessions is a resounding yes. We do have an obligation to our brothers and sisters, an obligation toward unity, reconciliation, and justice toward our fellow human beings, and even toward the earth itself. Which brings me to my own immediate context. I found that it's difficult to gain traction for themes of Belhar in a monocultural context such as my own, mostly predominantly white congregation. When I floated the idea of showing a film we watched on the Sankofa journey the color of fear, people who previewed it strongly vetoed it as too disturbing. Therein lies a major impediment in having honest conversations about racial divides. People prefer not to be disturbed. As I listen to conversations in this context, I continually observe how people are either unaware of their prejudice or intentionally overt about it. Microaggressions abound. The current derision against being woke is a new rendition of what was formerly termed politically correct and always found to be a derisive term. It is astounding to hear this from those who profess to believe and follow Jesus Christ. Still, the Belhar is truly a gift that gives preachers and practitioners language to name God's intention for the reconciliation of humanity in a way that is both immensely biblical and eminently practical. It helps us to reject in the strongest terms any doctrine or biblical proof texting that gives permission to discrimination and injustice. I give thanks to and for the inspired writers of the Belhar who ended the confession in such a courageously confrontational way. We believe that in obedience to Jesus Christ, its only head, the church is called to confess and to do all these things, even though the authorities and human laws might forbid them and punishment and suffering be the consequence. Jesus is Lord. So finally, in my view, the best entry points for confessing Belhar among people in my context are to be willing to name racism as a sin, as contrary to our faith and the lordship of Christ, to be outspoken allies with people of color, which includes confronting dog whistles of racism. Belhar has language to bring with, to help with us, to encourage people to listen to others and be willing to have their minds changed. And finally, to tell stories we've learned from the experience of people with color. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa, and thanks. Great to be with you all. I'm coming from the territory of the Huron-Wendat and Petun First Nations, the Seneca, and most recently the Mississauga of the New Credit, and it's a delight to be with you here this morning. This afternoon. I'm speaking from the perspective of a Canadian Christian who believes that the Confession of Belhar has much to say to we settlers in this country who seek reconciliation with Indigenous peoples who continue to struggle under and work against all forms of settler colonialism in this country. And put so, the pertinence of Belhar to that reconciling work is relatively evident, given Belhar's emphasis on the obligation of reconciliation for the church, its prophetic castigation of racist hierarchies. I think Lisa spoke to that well, and its confessions, it's a confession of allegiance to the Lord of the dispossessed. But perhaps given my Baardian proclivities, what interests me first about the Confession of Belhar is not in the first instance its theoethics. Rather, Belhar's account of the gift character of reconciliation is what animates my thinking. For Belhar, reconciliation is primarily an effected deed of Christ. It's Christ's gift. It's a binding force of his spirit. Our Lord's prior reconciling work is the sine qua non that makes the obligatory reconciling ethics of the gospel not just intelligible, but possible. Now, my aim here isn't to make the task of reconciliation easier than it must be for the settler church in Canada. And so let me make my point with a story. At a recent meeting of the General Council of the United Church of Canada, my own denomination, we engaged in a heated discussion about how to address an emergent problem regarding clergy benefits. We had shifted to a new insurance provider, and that saw clergy receive fewer medical benefits and in some cases struggle to pay out of pocket for services. And in passion, one member of the clergy waded into the debate and said, surely if we could find $3 million for those kids, we can find money to support our own sisters and brothers. This member was referring to the United Church's commitment to provide $3 million to support the work of Indigenous communities as they identify the unmarked graves of students who died in United Church-run in residential schools across this country. The tension in the room was rather thick after that comment. Now, there's several things here that trouble me about that remark, the implication of who truly counts as a sibling in the church, chief among them. But for the purposes of my remarks here, I'm particularly struck by the competitive relationship that this man draws between the work of the church to reconcile with Indigenous peoples on one hand, and then the church's own ability to operate and take care of its own and do the work that is rightly set before it. Now, that man's remark aside, I've discovered among Settler United Church members a fairly wide acknowledgement that working to reconcile with our Indigenous siblings is indeed a needed and pressing task, maybe even a divinely mandated one. But they often feed into the exact same assumption of that minister as the material obligations of reconciliation become clear. Because reconciliation stands or falls upon the return of traditional lands to Indigenous nations, the autonomy of those nations, and the just transfer of wealth to those nations. And when that reality emerges, settlers begin to squirm. If there's no peace without justice, as the old adage goes, correlatively, there is no reconciliation without what is up here called land back. As Emma Lohman and Adam Barker write, even settler Canadians who are not motivated out of greed for an increasing accumulation of power, privilege, and wealth can still be subdued by the threat of a decrease in those things. As the mainline church in Canada sees its pews and its coffers continue to empty, settler Christians who otherwise acknowledge colonial injustices and our obligation to reconcile with Indigenous peoples instead put our faith in mild social reformism that requires little self-critical reflection and no loss of settler benefits by Canadians. On that score, we feel the sobering sting of Belhar's final article, that obedience to Christ in these matters may indeed result in suffering. But it's precisely here where I detect the power of Belhar's affirmation that God's life-giving word and spirit have already conquered the powers of irreconciliation and enmity, and that same life-giving word and spirit will enable the church to live in a new obedience, which can open new possibilities of life for society and the world. God continually gifts the church, not only spiritually, for the work of reconciliation, because that work is not peripheral to the church's life. It is not a drain on the resources of the body. Rather, active conformity to the reconciliation effected in Christ is the act through which the Holy Spirit continually constitutes the church. The church, put differently, just is reconciliation, or it is no church at all. On this, Belhar is clear. And to the extent that Christ confers gifts to his church, it's so that they may freely circulate according to the reconciled economy that he established in his saving death and makes possible for us in his resurrection. These gifts are given exclusively for this reconciling use, but indeed these gifts are given. Because only by God's gift of reconciliation is it possible, and by making it visible freely and without constraint, the church is witness both by word and by deed to the new heaven and the new earth in which the righteousness of the Almighty and all the nations that have been reconciled to and by him dwells. I think that got us to 5 minutes. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Morgan. Thank you, Lisa. We now have a few minutes for you two to converse with each other. I don't know if there's a particular question or comment that one of you has for the other in terms of the specific presentation, or just something more generally about how we all in North America adopt and adapt the commitments of Belhar to our particular context, whether that's Indigenous land reparation or wealth transfer in Canada, or racism, white supremacy in the United States. But I don't know if either of you has a thought to get us going, but we'd like to take a few minutes to hear you reflect with each other.
I was intrigued. Morgan, I appreciate very much when you made the comment about the church being about reconciliation, or it's not a church at all. Can you speak a little bit? do you see in your context that reconciliation is often reduced to our reconciliation with God, but the sense that we are being reconciled to one another, particularly those that we may have harmed, and it's the reason because of our actions that there is this irreconcilable situation. And just can you reflect a little bit about that from your context?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you, Lisa. I would say by and large in the mainline church, I don't really see the trend towards sort of reducing reconciliation to a sort of me and God or us and God sort of phenomenon. It's almost always expressed in social terms or in racial terms, economic terms, whatever that might be, which I think brings its own sort of issues. We can have a very unbaptized understanding of what reconciliation means. And I think that can create problems when the church is thinking about what its responsibilities are vis-a-vis Indigenous peoples in this case, namely that we don't actually think about the proper churchly reality that entails. We can only sort of draw on legal theory or kind of broad secular social theory. So that sort of creates some issues. It's not a confessional reality, if we want to keep with the theme here. Yeah, I'm curious in your context, how this might work out, because I think what we often see, and Dr. Baard spoke about this earlier this morning, is in Canada, we have a federal policy of multiculturalism. And that has actually been kind of critiqued by Indigenous scholars as adding Indigenous peoples as just one more sort of special body within that and undermining their sui generis rights vis-a-vis the Canadian settler state, which now becomes the arbiter of whatever rights they're asking for. So we decide if their land and their title is actually theirs. We decide what constitutes just land, a just transfer of wealth. So I'm curious, in your context, if you have similar currents going on, and if so, what do you folks do to mitigate against that? Was that at all a clear question?
There are many questions in that question, which I like. I think as far as the context of the U.S., there are so many different contexts within, and that's why when I specifically talk about mine, I'm in a very homogeneous. I mean, it's not as if there are not other races involved in our area. There certainly are, but within my church and many of the churches in my denomination, in my context, I'd be interesting to hear what Matthew Van Maastricht would say about this. But for the most part, our churches themselves are extremely white. And so, and I think it's sort of a sense of who owns it. You know, it reminds me of the Palestinian Israel kind of thing. Whose land is it? You know, here it's a sense that this is our church. And if others who come in of a different race or even different abilities or things like that, it's kind of like, well, you're guests in my church. And I think that sense of possession, you know, another example, I was serving another congregation in our context where there were people with disabilities who were in wheelchairs who were forced to sit sideways because there was not enough space for them. And so we took out some pews, and someone said, well, that's all well and good, but I'll be glad when some of our people can use that space. In other words, that our own people in wheelchairs would be, because it's our church, and that it was not a place where we felt as if those people were of the same equality as those who perhaps have worshipped, you know, for generations. And so I think there's many layers to that, but we don't have the same governmental protections, perhaps, or you know, the things that I understand from your context, and even the willingness to do reparations at this point. We're just so far from that in our context.
Don't worry, we're kicking and screaming as well when it comes to that. So
yeah, okay.
actually worry more, but
Lisa, Morgan, thank you for your reflections and importantly for the conversation, brief though it has to be at this moment. We look forward to hearing more from you during the question and answer time.
thanks.
Our
Derek.
next set of presenters is Marc, Sianghio, Stephanie Kaper-Dale, and Riana Shaw-Robinson. Reverend Dr. Marc Sianghio is a divinity teaching fellow at the University of Chicago. He teaches courses in religion and politics and religion and social science. His research focuses on the ways in which religious ethics can inform the exercise of power, especially the enforcement of human rights norms. John also is a pastor of Cosmopolitan United Church of Melrose Park, a union church formed out of historically United Methodist and Presbyterian Church USA congregations. Welcome, John. Reverend Stephanie Kaper-Dale is senior co-pastor of the Reformed Church of Highland Park, New Jersey, where she has served for 21 years. Part of that ministry has been a robust and lively engagement with issues of social justice, particularly around immigration. Welcome, Stephanie. The Reverend Riana Shaw-Robinson is a preacher, pastor, and prophet. Riana is passionate about speaking the truth in love, offering constant invitation for people to see themselves as beloved, and providing various ways to respond to the command of God to love God, self, and neighbor. She holds a Master's of Divinity degree from the Pacific School of Religion and a Bachelor of Arts degree in Ethnic Studies from Mills College. Riana is an East Bay native who currently lives in Oakland with her husband and is a proud mother of 4 amazing kids. Welcome, Riana. We'll use the same format with this set of presenters as we did with our first, the difference being there are 3 rather than 2. And we'll begin with John. You can take it away. Or do I have the order wrong? Do you have a different order? You look surprised.
I can start, I guess, unless Stephanie, you wanted to start.
I'm happy either way, honestly.
Okay. So I want to start out by thinking about an old song, probably that many of us have sung in Sunday school, called Deep and Wide. And the song talks about the love of God as a fountain flowing deep and wide. And as we talk about this Belhar Confession today, which I think at its core is an expression of the love of God and how the love of God should visibly manifest in the church, what I think we're doing today at this conference, especially in this period in the afternoon, is deepening and widening our understanding of God's love and the deepening and widening of how Belhar can be applied in our churches and other Reformed communities like our schools and colleges. Now, Belhar calls us to deepen our understanding of what racial reconciliation means, that it's not simply about the acceptance of color, it's about the honoring of culture and different cultural practices and ways of being. And my dear colleague, Reverend Riana, will tell you more about this, I think, later in her talk. What I want to focus on is widening our understanding of what issues and communities Belhar's call to reconciliation can apply to. Namely, I want to expand the understanding of Belhar to be a document that drives our churches not only to welcome LGBTQIA+ folks, but read it as a mandate to be congregations designed specifically to minister to the needs of LGBTQIA+ folks and include their participation in the full range and life of the church. And that includes leadership, it includes marriage, and it includes ordained ministry. Now, as faculty at the University of Chicago, I can tell you that there are many scholarly reasons why we can and should read Belhar in this way. And Dr. Boesak told us this morning that Belhar does, again, it does apply to LGBTQIA+ reconciliation. Nevertheless, there continues in the North American church, and especially the North American Reformed context, to be theological and traditional resistance to this. Now, I'm thinking here specifically about the Christian Reformed Church because that's the community in which I grew up. Now, the CRC appends a footnote to Belhar that says, because the original context of the Belhar is about racial reconciliation, that it does not apply to issues of human sexuality. Now, as I said, there are many scholarly reasons that refute this claim. For instance, how the Belgian Confession has been understood so that the more violent tendencies of the reformers during the wars of religion, which is its original context, and their view of civil government that represses other forms of religion are no longer applied. In fact, in many cases, we no longer think that they're valid. We Reformed people are not going around drowning or burning at the stake our Baptist and Anabaptist siblings in Christ, nor are we asking the federal government or the national government in Canada to go around and repress all other forms of religion in our countries. So again, there are many historical and scholarly reasons to deepen our understanding and widen our application of Belhar. But the best reason, the primary thing I want to focus on, are the ministerial reasons. The things that I've seen not as a professor, but as a pastor and a shepherd. Dr. Dirk Smit reminded us this morning that Belhar, before a word of it was written down, was lived out and informed by the lived experiences of ministers with their congregations. It did not spring ex nihilo from the minds of theologians. It was the pastors and the elders and the leaders in the church who first spoke up against apartheid and the damage that it was doing in their communities. And it was they who paid the first price when they were carted away by the security forces. Now, I served in Afghanistan with some former Recce folks, the South African Special Forces, and I know for a fact how terrifying they can be when their orders demand it. But Dr. Smit reminded us this morning that Belhar was and is a cry from the heart, a cry from congregations and the wider community for justice and reconciliation in the name of Jesus. So, to apply Belhar in our context today in the North American church and in the Reformed world at large, our first task should be to listen to what the cry from the heart is in our communities and whose hearts these cries are coming from. Now, in my ministry, both as a professor and a pastor, I've heard a cry from the heart, a cry for reconciliation and love come from the gay, lesbian, and trans members of my church. Okay? And also the other churches that I've served, as well as the students that I've taught and the staff that I've worked with at the college and university level, including at a college in the Reformed tradition, Trinity Christian College in South suburban Chicago. Okay? I've heard a cry from LGBTQIA+ students at a Reformed high school in our area. Now, our church recently started a youth group that is open, affirming, and safe for those who are LGBTQIA+ and their allies. The majority of those participating in this youth group are members of other churches, and they go to Reformed tradition high schools. Now, folks, in a time where churches are concerned with bleeding young people from the pews, these are youth who want to engage their faith, who want to be involved for Christ and work for Christ's kingdom. And yet they are so often, as they tell us, they are turned away, or their whole selves are not welcomed. Well, our church heard these stories and we heard this cry from the heart and we said, no, let these, I guess, not so little children, but let these little children come to me. Let these little children come to us. And the first thing we did, with everyone down to our large group of 80-year-old immigrant women, many of whom were on the fence about LGBTQIA+ reconciliation and what it means. What we did was sit down with these students and listen to their stories. We listened to the cries from their heart about how in Reformed contexts, the way we talk about the love of God, how we talk about sin, how we talk about sexuality, subtly or not so subtly, too often in Reformed spaces makes them feel not only excluded, but threatened. They're threatened with expulsion from school. They're threatened with exposure to non-supportive family and the consequences, sometimes dire, that will bring. They're threatened with social ostracization, and they are threatened with spiritual damnation. How do we reconcile this with Belhar's language that says in Article 2, we reject any doctrine which absolutizes either natural diversity or the sinful separation of people in such a way that this absolutization hinders or breaks the visible and active unity of the church. And I'd say, if LGBTQIA+ folks are not reconciled to the church, those who are of faith, that constitutes a breach, that constitutes a breakage in the visible and active unity of our church. Later in the same article too, and this is where the aforementioned footnote in the CRC presentation is found, okay, we reject any doctrine which explicitly or implicitly maintains that dissent or any other human social factor should be a consideration in determining membership of the church. Okay. This attitude of LGBTQIA+ apartheid denies advances in sociology and biology and context that we have today. Now, I tell you, and I think you've heard many things today that tell you that the footnote appended to the Belhar is not in the spirit of the Belhar. That footnote is not in the spirit of the gospel. That footnote is callous to the cries of the heart of this very vulnerable population. And in the name of the infinitely deep and infinitely wide love of our God, we should work towards full inclusion of color, of culture, and human sexuality in all of our churches and other Reformed contexts. Thank you.
So as I reflected on the question, what does it mean to be a confessing church in your context? I should first start out by saying that I, like others I've seen in this webinar today, I am ordained in the Reformed Church in America. I am a senior co-pastor of the Reformed Church of Highland Park, New Jersey, historically a congregation of the Reformed Church in America, and 4 years ago we dual affiliated with the United Church of Christ as well. So we are a congregation that affirms the role of creeds and confessions. If creeds were written during identity forming times in history as a way to speak out against something the community disagreed with or to affirm something that the community held as true, as well as being written as a way of connecting a group of people around a shared way of life, then perhaps creeds and confessions have a different role for those of us who affirm them but did not write them. For example, when I was pursuing my ordination, I struggled mightily, as many people do, with a few portions within some of our statements of faith. And as I wondered how I would be able to affirm my support of those documents during the ordination process, one thing became very important to me, and that was the affirmation within my tradition that I would accept the standards as, quote, historic and faithful witnesses to the Word of God. The word historic was crucial in that it said that each of these statements was written in a particular context at a particular time. Context is important. For example, the Belgic confession's antagonistic tone toward other faith communities took shape during a time of Protestant persecution, which does not match with my current reality whatsoever. My current context is different from those of the original crafters of these documents, and that needs to be acknowledged. I cannot conflate our realities. But the word faithful is also crucial because it tells me that even across our differences, these creeds and confessions have the potential to speak an important word, a true word, a faithful word, and become an important conversation partner. A conversation partner that can bring new insight, expand one's vantage point. A conversation partner that can bring a word of challenge, make us uncomfortable, burn in a way that the gospel sometimes burns when change is needed. a conversation partner that can speak from a more seasoned position of wisdom. Perhaps we are in a moment in our community, a time of crisis, or in a national crisis, and we want to hear a voice that's not embedded in our own moment of crisis to speak to us from a place of wisdom. A conversation partner can call us to commit to real action in real time and can help shape programs and paths forward for us as a community. Our North American context does matter as we confess the Belhar. And to be clear, I do not have any reservations about the Belhar that I had with the Belgic or the canons of the Synod of Dort. But to receive the greatest value from the Belhar, I think that we need to be mindful of our own context and how the confession can be applied. So what does that mean? How does this take place in a local church? In our congregation, the Belhar has been used in adult education classes, new members classes, confirmation class. It is used as an affirmation of faith in worship. In our classes, meetings and decisions, it's played an important role in forming things such as our classes' non-discrimination policy from 2015. Many sermons have been informed by the Belhar. One example being immediately after the General Synod of 2016, which was particularly harmful to the LGBTQ plus community. And some of the themes of the Belhar consistently inform prayers of confession, which address both individual and corporate issues, looking at ourselves, but also looking at systemic injustice in our communities and in our world. Confessing the Belhar in Christian denominations that are white dominant, looking honestly at our collective past and our current reality, and in our US context of systemic racial injustice, we hear our conversation partner say that separation, enmity, and hatred between people and groups is sin which Christ has already conquered. Confessing the Belhar in a homophobic world, we hear our conversation partners say that true faith in Jesus Christ is the only condition for membership of the church. Confessing the Belhar in a capitalist society, we hear our conversation partner tell us that God, in a world full of injustice and enmity, is in a special way the God of the destitute, the poor, and the wronged. But in all of these things, the words of the Belhar call us to shape our living and to match our actions to the work of unity, reconciliation, and justice. We are called to continue to look inward at our own lives and to look out at our communities and our society, and then seek, earnestly pursue, strive, work, love, follow God, and stand where the Lord stands. So how do we continue to move the principles of the Belhar into action? This is not a quick answer. This is a lifelong process, I think, for all of us. But how do we do that? How do we move the principles of the Belhar into action as we advocate for and organize for legislation that creates greater justice for immigrants? Or, for example, offers sanctuary to undocumented immigrants facing threat of deportation. On a personal note, I can tell you that our congregation has twice in the last decade offered sanctuary to undocumented immigrants for extended periods of time. And that phrase, that we are called to do all these things, even though the authorities and human laws might forbid them, that was, for me personally and for many people in our community, a great source of support and comfort at a challenging time. How do we continue to move the principles of the Belhar into action as we seek to root out and dismantle systemic racism in all of its forms? How do we continue to move the principles of the Belhar into action as we work toward that true unity that can only be built on true justice? I believe the Belhar can be that conversation partner, that faithful historic witness, that voice that should make us uncomfortable as it challenges us and moves us closer to a fuller embodiment of Christ's church in the world.
Thank you, Stephanie. Riana, bring us home.
I will bring us home. I'm really grateful to kind of be a part of this conversation. And I'm grateful for all of the folks that have named kind of the wide expanse of the ways that the Belhar can speak to our communities right now. But I just want to be honest that I kind of want to go back to the roots of the Belhar, because we continue to deal with the poison fruits of white supremacy and racism and different manifestations of apartheid in North America in so many places right now. I think in North America, we thought that MLK and Barack Obama ended racism. Unfortunately, they did not. And so I think that we have to talk about the Belhar Confession, which I heard so many people say that it's not just a statement of faith. I feel very challenged right now by, I'll just say, progressive Christians who have the best statements of faith, and they use all of the right language and they position themselves in the right place, but they don't actually do the active work of confession, repentance, and ultimately reparations. And I think so many people are challenged with this term, these calls to unity and these calls to reconciliation, because they don't have the deeper work that brings about real and honest change. So let's talk about confession. I was sharing a story about the way that when I took my RCA, MFCA history course, it started off by just talking about how the Dutch folks came to the US, for their shipping trade. And I was like, the shipping trade by the Dutch, was it the Dutch West Indies shipping company? And the professor worked so hard not to acknowledge the reality that the Dutch church was an instrumental player in the transatlantic slave trade. And it was a fight to get that conversation going. And it wasn't about shaming or making someone feel bad. It's about being honest about our reality. Because I was raised in a church where our assurance of pardon is, if we confess our sins, God is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. But I think the next part is even better. And if we say we have no sin, we deceive ourselves and God is not in us. So where are the places that we get to have the honest conversations about the roots, about the ways that our denominations have been integral parts to oppression, to maintaining white supremacy, to living actively against the Belhar? As I was doing the research, I don't know if y'all knew, but when they had the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in South Africa after apartheid, if folks were willing to confess truthfully and honestly and completely what they did in terms of upholding apartheid, they could receive amnesty. There was an actual invitation for people to be honest and name the ways that they participated in the hurt and the harm of others, with this potential for pardon. One of the articles that I read in for folks who are saying they like the Belhar, but not really, was, while there may be pockets of insensitivity within the RCA, the denomination that I'm ordained with, I don't see that we are facing anything close to what prompted the Belhar. And just that term of being a Black woman in this denomination, for my experience to be reduced to pockets of insensitivity, just denies both the very personal implications of micro and macro aggressions, and of the reality of the systemic ways that our churches is still participating in white supremacy, in patriarchy, and all of these different types of oppression. And one of the ways that I think we need to be honest and are given the opportunity is the reality that 80% of white evangelicals voted for a president that did not align with so many of our Christian values. How are we discipling folks to be honest about where they stand? I think the next call that I would say to us is, what is the call to repentance? To actually move our bodies, to do different things, to turn in different ways. And I think that that's really where the call of the Belhar, Stephanie, I so loved that you said, creating in your church a sanctuary. That is moving positions. That is shifting the way that you exist to promote and show that you're moving in a different way. I think John even talking about creating these new spaces, those are acts of repentance, saying that we will not continue to do the things that are harming our siblings. Morgan, can you just tell us how we get reparations in the United States, please? Because that feels like, as I was thinking about it, I was thinking about Zacchaeus, who when Jesus calls his name and sees him in the fullness of who he is, Jesus doesn't demand that he gives money back. He immediately says, out of my love for Jesus, because I have been seen by Jesus, let me give it all back and then some. And so I think through the process of honest confession, the actively moving ourselves in a different place, hopefully we will be positioned for reparations. And there are things that are happening real time in our churches that are modeling that for us. Princeton Seminary has committed to reparations because they recognize the ways that slavery kind of helped them to build wealth. Georgetown, Virginia Seminary, the Episcopalian Church has millions and millions of dollars that they are actively redistributing to organizations that support Black and Brown organizations. And so I just wonder, what would it look like for us to not just post the Belhar, not just have it like, oh, look, we adopted this. And now 12 years after it's adopted, the RCA is now just adopting another policy on how we will end racism. So what are the ways that the RCA might be able to be honest about our roots so that we can do the work of reparations and show that we are willing to be seen in the fullness of our brokenness and live into the hope of reconciliation that Christ promised, which causes us to show up for our neighbors, to redistribute some wealth, to be willing to lose and go to jail, and ultimately, as the Belhar says, to stand where God is standing for the justice of all of God's beloved children.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. And we now again want to take a moment for you to think together about the Belhar, to talk with each other about its inspiration and instruction for your work and witness. So if someone has a particular response to one of the other presenters, wants to know a little bit more information, we always read books and hear speakers, you're like, oh, don't stop, keep going in that direction. You pivoted away from what I wanted to hear. We can do that, or if there's another point of entry into a conversation between the three of you about how Belhar can come to life. And Riana, as you so nicely put it there at the end, not just move us emotionally or spiritually, but move us materially, physically, socially, politically, et cetera. We'd be grateful to hear you talk with each other about those things.
Stephanie, I have a question for you, actually. I myself am an immigrant to the United States and have, had within my family various struggles with ICE and immigration, up to and including deportation of family members. So I am curious how you see Belhar responding to those who, when they look at the immigration system in the United States, look at the injustice of what is going on, will still retreat or make claims about law and order and proper procedure, et cetera, et cetera. How do you and your church use the Belhar to respond to critiques like that?
Yeah, I think that that's a very, very good question. In our case, much of our immigration advocacy grew grassroots and grew from the prayers of the people in our community. We live in a diverse area of New Jersey, and with many Indonesian members in particular, each Sunday we were praying together for individuals facing challenges with their immigration status. And so it initially began for our community as a collective prayer of petition each Sunday. I do think that some of the move toward justice that we see in the Belhar compels us in the direction of greater justice for immigrants. And I think that the law and order language is sometimes a veiled way of talking about racism. In our many, many, many years being involved in immigration issues, we have seen a couple of European individuals who are facing immigration challenges, but let's be very clear that for many of the people in our community, there are multiple layers to this situation. And so I think that one thing that initially drew us into this offering sanctuary in our building was that we had baptized the child of a man who was being threatened with deportation. And so I always say that it was our collective baptismal vows to that child when we, as the congregation, took the role of godparents, as we do in the Reformed Church in America, and felt compelled to do anything we might be able to support that family. So, I mean, I think that those are some of the ways that we've been, involved and what's driven us as a community.
John, I have a question for you. I think it's amazing that you are working with young folks. How do you find discipling them towards justice, towards living in the fullness of who God created them to be, like being embodiments of the Belhar? Where do you call them forward and say, let's just keep moving forward, right? Like, we don't need, you know what, those people who don't want to listen to you, who don't want to hold you in your fullness, brush them off and keep it moving. And where do you disciple them towards, like, you are the ones who will be building the next church. You are the ones that we want to offer this to. So how do you find that balance between keeping folks engaged with the communities that have raised them and then calling them forth in actually prophetic action towards the next thing?
I mean, to be honest with you, the group of students that we have in this ministry are prophetic just because of who they are. All of them are persons of color, okay? Predominantly Black and queer, in, again, a predominantly white Reformed school. So whether they had the natural inclination or not, survival required them to be somewhat prophetic. And in terms of discipling them, like the first step, I mean, when Jesus called his disciples to come and follow me, it wasn't just, a demonstration of like, look how much power I have. Look what it was about healing. They found a community there and a leader that they could follow and a gospel that they could hold on to for, fishermen who are marginalized, those who were, tax collectors and ostracized. And also, very importantly, I think, those who were ostracized because of their sexual past, right? Though these are the people who follow Jesus. These are the people who Jesus called. And so in terms of discipleship, there's a natural call, I think, to these folks. And what I think is really interesting is that these students are so passionate about the gospel that, one, they've already learned how to brush things off. They would not have survived in that environment without having to brush off the racial aggressions as well as the aggressions to their LGBTQ identities. They would not have survived. We want to offer them a space where the armor can come off, right? We want to offer them a space where it says, you are safe here. Jesus loves you. And so we started out, our first meeting was just all of us who are older, right? My 80-year-old, I love my 80-year-old immigrant women who, again, were not on board necessarily with LGBTQIA+, who just sat there and went, we love you, Jesus loves you. That's, I think, the heart of discipleship.
Riana, I was wondering if I could ask you a bit more about reparations, and I was so glad that you brought us there in the conversation and gave specific examples of institutions that are making budgetary changes. I think that so often people get stuck on worrying about numbers and, where's the money going to come from and those kinds of things. And I'm really glad when there are positive examples of things that can happen. And, even just the way that, whether it's the federal budget realigning some of its resources or things that we might do as individuals. I'm just wondering if you can talk a bit more about how you respond to people who kind of balk at the idea of reparations.
Like my gracious pastor response, or my snarky, do you really love Jesus response? No, and
You said you were a pastor and prophet. Let's go with prophet for this answer.
But I'm like a Jeremiah prophet, so I would usually just start crying about things. I think the call and the way to have conversations, I'm in the Bay Area, which is kind of a beautiful place to be, this progressive bastion with all of these weird, gross undercurrents of white supremacy that always don't want to put their money where their mouth is. But I think that there are some beautiful things. There's something called the not Sagrada. I'll find the name and I'll share it. It's a land trust where you can pay as a settler colonialist and pay into the land trust to indigenous people. And I know that there is one church specifically that they consistently pay, and they actually are in the process with their denomination to give back the land that their church is on. And I know many churches that are going through that process. I think the ELCA has done some really beautiful things about giving land back to the people who it belongs to. And I also think, I think Morgan talked about when people get scared, how do we keep pointing people towards a place of abundance? That if we live within God's economy, there is abundance. There is enough for everyone. Another example that I can think of the way that the church that I used to serve at during COVID, we were one of the churches, all of our folks could easily shift to working at home, right? It was not, people weren't feeling the same type of hit that others were feeling. Our donations stayed about the same. And on top of that, there was a COVID relief fund that raised many thousands of dollars. But what we recognized that the people in our congregation were not the ones oh, we need rent support, we need this. And so at one point our elders was what happened if we gave $20,000 to the local Latino church that has been bringing in immigrants that their folks are really hurting? And I was grateful because it wasn't a hard conversation. It was of course, we have more than we need. So how do we kind of stay in a posture of we have more than we need, but also in the acts of repentance say, and some of what we have is coming at the cost of our siblings, has come at the cost of our siblings. And the only way that we can be right about that and even invite them to a conversation about reconciliation. Any folks who's doing that work, if you're not putting reparations on the table, you shouldn't just welcome people to your table without giving them things back. So I would say that. I think Malcolm X says that. What is it if you stop stabbing me, but you don't actually take the knife out of my back? So what are the ways that we are really trying to do the work of repair so that we can be in right relationship with each other and I think with God.
Thank you, Riana, John, Stephanie. We look forward to hearing from you a bit more in the plenary round robin, y'all come Q&A that we'll have in just a moment. But for now, our final set of presenters is Matthew van Maastricht and Lydia Tembo. Matthew van Maastricht is a pastor of the Altamont and Heldberg Reformed Churches in Altamont and Guilderland Center, New York. Matthew also is an adjunct instructor in Reformed Church Studies and a fellow of the Reformed Church Center at New Brunswick Theological Seminary, and a member of the Reformed Church in America's Commission on Theology. Welcome, Matthew. Reverend Lydia Tembo is an ordained minister of Word and Sacrament in the Presbyterian Church USA, who serves as Director of Admissions at Princeton Theological Seminary. She is a Zambian-born, New Jersey transplant from Queens, who is a discernment partner, a leadership coach, and a stubborn co-conspirator for justice. Her work centers on dismantling systems that harm and disempower God's beloved creation. Welcome, Lydia. We'll begin with Matthew and then move on to Lydia. And again, we'll take a few moments at the end for you to converse with each other before we throw it open to everyone for a plenary discussion and question and answer. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you. And my voice is kind of in and out. My wife is a school teacher and my son is in kindergarten. And so they have resumed their work of bringing things home to me over this past week. So I apologize for that. Now, I remember being in the room when my then classis, when I was a licensed candidate, was discussing the proposal of adopting the Belhar Confession. I know somebody 3 spaces down from me or so stood up and said, the problem I have with the Belhar is that it's a political document, whereas our other confessions are theological. Now, I was not yet a minister and still a relatively new seminary graduate at that point, but even I knew this was simply factually wrong. And I corrected the classis, but I think this touches precisely on one of the gifts that the Belhar has given us. The reason that the Belgic Confession with the Canons of Dort and the Heidelberg Catechism seem to be theological without any social aspect is largely because we are so far removed from the socio-political contexts from which they arose that they were born out of a struggle that we do not feel, and they are seeking to respond to questions that we are not asking. The Belhar has, among other things, reminded us of the difference between having a confession and being a confessing church, which several presenters have discussed today. I always remind my students that we cannot fall into the trap of seeing this solely as an anti-apartheid document. Apartheid and its churchly justification was the inciting incident, the confessional moment that brought forth the Belhar. However, to see it solely as an anti-apartheid document allows us to distance it from us, and it robs the confession of its power to transcend time and space, and would rather make it a position paper rather than a confession of a gospel reality. As a confession of a gospel reality, a gospel truth, we are to understand its origin, in its function, in its time and place, but also let it apply to the situations in which we find ourselves internationally, nationally, regionally, and locally. This is the power of the Belhar Confession. In particular, to confess with the Belhar requires that we transcend boundaries and divisions of human origin to participate in the ever-reforming body that is the church. It is an invitation, or rather a prodding, to hold differences rather than to separate by them. It is a call to a unified and consistent witness to Jesus the Christ. In such a way, the church presents this one Redeemer with an integrated and unconfused witness. The Belhar invites us not to ignore differences, not to settle up with the lowest common denominator, but in the hard work of acknowledging them, engaging with them, holding them, and doing the hard work of true and costly reconciling with one another, even amidst the differences, in such a way that we might not allow these to cloud our common witness together. In my seminary work, I'm greatly privileged to serve a diverse, racially and theologically, seminary community. The nature of what I teach brings me into closest contact with Reformed students, but this intentional diversity permeates the seminary. The seminary has long been involved in anti-racism, and confessing with the Belhar helps to reinforce this work, not only because of goodwill, but because it lies at the heart of the gospel. And the Belhar, which is not limited to questions of race and racism and white supremacy, can help remind us of the universal call of reconciliation, which is a result of true justice with the ultimate goal of true and free and visible unity, so that the image of God in everyone can be upheld and honored and respected. In my pastoral work, I serve primarily white mainline churches in primarily white, socially moderate to liberal communities in upstate New York. For my pastoral work, to confess with Belhar is to help unsettle us. It should make us shift in our seats. We cannot read it and sit comfortably. To confess with Belhar requires us to be uncomfortable. It requires us to take the difficult road, always encouraging us outside of our circles, outside of our comfort zones, outside of our people, however we may define that. And at the same time, it continually reminds us that uniformity is not the goal, nor is simple organizational consolidation. Rather, the goal is for those who are far off and those who are near to be brought together as true equals by Jesus Christ. The Belhar helps us to frame our approach to our social witness as it drives to the core of our faith. For those who find themselves a little skittish of social action or social witness, the Belhar does give a theologically rich and robust framework with which to live out that social witness of the church. In my context in the Northeastern United States, the assumptions of Christendom, that is that everyone is Christian, we just have to make sure they're the right type, has been gone for some time. And today, any and all intra-faith conflict, especially what we see with the marriage of evangelicalism and partisanship, does nothing except continually harm the witness of the gospel. Rather, it is the clear, bold, liberative, and public witness to the one Spirit that ties us together into one body to proclaim one Lord, one faith, one baptism, one God and Father of all, who is over all, through all, and in all. So what does it mean to confess unity, reconciliation, and justice? This is a question that has no single answer. And even for my context, it's still something for which we continue to wrestle. And to be honest, though, I think wrestling done with honesty and a true desire for progress, this is the point. The Belhar does give us a trefoil knot of the interconnectedness of unity, reconciliation, and justice in such a way that none can be present without all of them being present. The fullness of what the Belhar invites us to confess remains beyond the veil, but our work, our task, is to continually strive with God and with humans toward an end that we will never see in our lifetimes, but only in the reign of God. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Lydia?
Thank you. It's great to be here this afternoon. Just such an honor. I want us to take some time, or invite you all to take some time and journey with me. The way that I approach Belhar is by 3 different seasons. I'm going to lift up 3 different times, 1906, 2016, and today, 2022. 1906, the Christian Mission in Many Lands, a missionary group led by Dr. Walker Fisher, began their ministry in Kalani Hill, Zambia. My ancestors were part of this region on the corner of Zambia, the northeastern province, neighboring Angola and the Democratic Republic of Congo, an area that was called the Beloved Strip. How ironic. I start there because if we are to imagine what we can be, where we can go, we must first invoke the legacy of our ancestors. And that is what I am doing. 1906. In 2016, I had the privilege to participate as a member of a young group of Presbyterian women, racial ethnic women to be exact. We ventured to the 222nd General Assembly in Portland, Oregon. You see, at this General Assembly, we approached this assembly as if it was any other assembly. Nothing special was to go on, and that we young women would just monitor or observe what was going on the floor. But little did we know that something that began in 2008 would then conclude and become bigger than what we thought. You see, in 2016, the General Assembly of the Presbyterian Church USA voted 540 to 33, which is delegates, that the Confession of Belhar shall be added to our books of confession. The question that I rose that day was, what happened to the 33 delegates? The parable of the lost sheep said that if one sheep is lost, then we must go and find them and get them. And for 33 delegates to have not voted on Belhar left me with a question, but why? This question is what I carry today in 2022. I ground my work not to be guided by doctrine, by the sovereignty of God and God's authority over my life and my faith. As an immigrant coming from a colonized context, I bring a perspective that is empathetic to historically marginalized communities and groups. My ancestors were not able to pursue their theological adventures due to cultural erasure, but I have that opportunity. And I do my part as a faith leader, as a pastor, as a life learner, and an activist to support God's people engage in their call to serve and to participate in the movement that was sparked by Jesus Christ. Making space is what I try to do. As Ella Baker sang, we who believe in freedom cannot rest until it comes. So my work is centered in denouncing white supremacy and whiteness. My ancestors did not have the voice to do that. Though their faith was strong, they did not have the agency to ask the questions why. I denounce doctrines that can and have been used as tools for divisiveness. I denounce scripture that can be used, that has been used as weapons and even to give permission to kill. The Southern Poverty Law Center is tracking more than 1,600 hate groups in the United States, many of whom will hold a Christian identity. With that, I remember Emmanuel African Methodist Episcopal Church in Charleston, South Carolina. Their story, their lives shall not be ignored or forgotten. So friends, I ask us to consider what Belhar invites us to consider if we're willing to suffer the consequences. On the top of Kalani Hill, my ancestors were not given the choice. For I will never know if they were suffering from the consequences of the choices of the Christian Mission Many Lands missionary group. But here in 2022, I had the opportunity to be among those that are asking the questions that started with Barman, with Belhar, with Accra, and is asking, what is next? Belhar has been started, but is Belhar enough? I invite us to consider whether or not we are able to denounce, divest, and deliver. Denounce the scarcity theology that does not proclaim Jesus as Lord. Divest in theologies that have a history of harm, that promote heteronormativity, that promote whiteness, and denounce and deliver has been already started and discussed is deliver those reparations due to those people that have been harmed. So as I consider how I have been able to infuse and spark Belhar in my work, I've done so in the way of my proclamation. My proclamation not only in the academy, but my proclamation in the parish. Though some of my colleagues and peers might not be attuned to the cost in which Belhar came at, Belhar was written by my people, not in my time, but is being used in my time. But I still wonder what is next. So I hope that this is a discussion that I can enter and perhaps have at this time. If we're able to denounce, divest, and deliver, may there be a need for a new confession, or may it stop for, in my context, being Presbyterian, at 12 confessions, which I'm still at awe why we have 12 confessions. At this point, I would like to engage in more of a dialogue.
Thanks, Lydia. As with the previous presenters, we'd like to take a moment for you and Matthew to have a think and a chat with each other, either about an issue one of you raised in your presentations or about something more broadly about Belhar in North America. But I will leave it to you two to get that going. And then in a moment, we'll open it up for everyone for question and answer, the full plenary.
Perfect. One of the things that struck me is your observation that 33 people didn't vote, and along with your with kind of the reflection that we should search after the lost sheep. Why are they lost? I also was struck by the are we willing to suffer the consequences? And sometimes I wonder if that question is related, maybe related to questions about non-action or non-involvement, so as to be able to go back to one's presbytery, in our situation classis or consistory or session, to be able to say, well, I didn't do this or I didn't do that, as to wash our hands. And I wonder if that speaks a bit to the kind of some of the problematic privilege that exists when we're handling something like this. Does that make sense?
It does, and it reminded me what you were talking about, comfort. Are we too comfortable? Can we just slap on another confession and call it a day? Or can we just, say the words on paper and never inflesh them? So I think that's what I'm trying to fuse out. Are we too comfortable to get the 33? Are we too comfortable to lift up the consequences because they come at a price? And as we see with these hate groups, are we willing to ignore those that have died innocently? Are we willing to be comfortable? Yeah, and the work that we do in the academy, challenges that comfort, because there is a level of comfort when we are in the academy and just tip back into the church when need be.
Yeah, that comfort piece, I think, is a big is certainly a big one. Yeah, you also mentioned about you're trying to figure out why you have 12 confessions. I wonder if is there a point at which collecting confessions has diminishing returns? That is adding Belhar as number 11 or 12, and then maybe we'll add 13 or 14. Well, the Reformed tradition is rife with confessions, which I think is beautiful about it. But at the same time, kind of the collection of confessions, I wonder if there could be diminishing returns in that. What are your thoughts about that too?
Of course there are. There are. we've seen it. We have these confessions, but are we confessing? Are we being public? Are we doing the work that it takes to live into those confessions in any context, whether it's on the ground or in the Iron Tower? And, you know, from 325 to 1983, I mean, that's the vast history of our confessional life. But are the words that we're saying, are they taking root? Do we believe them? Do we believe them when we say one Lord? Do we believe them? And I'm not sure if we do. And Sunday mornings is not enough, right? Morning devotionals are wonderful, but if we're not necessarily putting our actions where our confessions are calling us to how our confessions are calling us to live our lives, then sure, let's add another 14th one. It might, like.
Yeah, that makes sense.
We just don't get it yet. Yeah, when will we get it? I mean, maybe that's a question for you, Matthew, being in your context. How do you minister to the next generation?
Yeah, that's particularly interesting because most of the next generation isn't in my congregation. They're not in the pews and they're not speaking the same language, so to speak. And so a lot of ministering to the next generation is trying to show up in community things and trying to be a visible presence, not just show up like, oh, the pastor's here, but also when we had there was a Black Lives Matter march that happened even through our community as well, right? And so part of that was for me to be able to show up to speak to these things which are not incidental to faith but central to it. And so how do you help form the next generation? It's something I'm trying to figure out because it's also trying to reintroduce the next generation, so to speak, for to the Christian faith, if that makes sense.
Amen. Thank you.
Lydia and Matthew, thank you so much for your presentations and for the conversation, and especially for that provocation right there at the end about the substance and scope of a confessional tradition more generally beyond Belhar. I'm going to hand it back over to Nathan, who's going to help lead and moderate our plenary discussion.
Thank you, Derek, and thank you for helping us get so many voices here around the table. So appreciative of everyone. One of the things that I think is maybe a first starting question from the Q&A that has come in was from my colleague here at New Brunswick Theological Seminary, Neil Preza, who points out appreciation for Riana's words and the deep sustained work that is needed for durable and enduring justice that is truly transformative, right? That this is work that is required. How do we engage, Neil asks, or challenge or call people, communities, denominations to become co-conspirators in the struggle for justice and not just allies for justice? I think this is the question of how do you move beyond just the lip service of a convenient denunciation without, to use Lydia's typology, without divesting and delivering, or as in our panelists chat, as was brought up by Riana, how do we discipline around this? How do we make sure that work is actually being done? So since it was brought up on the heels of Riana's work, I'll pass to you, and then anyone else who would of our panelists who would like to talk about how we begin to do that work. The floor will be yours.
I think, how many times have I said confession so far? I think that there is a rule of honesty that we have. One of the most beautiful witnesses that I saw at the church that I served at is we had a group called Race, Power, Privilege, and Faith. And it was one of those groups where you're just like, why are all these people in the room together? No idea, right? Like a person who for the first time named that they were undocumented in church, an interracial couple, a very sweet old white man who told me on day one that I should stop saying white privilege because it really hurt his feelings. But we journeyed together over 11 weeks. And one of the requests that I made in the church over and over and over is that everyone in our church would be able to tell their ethnic story. And I think that that was a particular challenge for white folks who were like, I'm ready to show up and help. I know that I have been taught that I will save everyone, but didn't do the work of confession. And so it was a powerful witness for us to have to know our stories and the ways that white supremacy shows up and the way that oppression shows up, and then to actually listen to other people's stories. And so this man who was so mad at me for the first 5 weeks, by the end of the class, he comes up to me weeping, going, I didn't know. So I think if people are trying to do the work without real relationship, then that's a problem. If there are not real people who they love to the point of feeling the pain that they have, that forces them also to recognize their complicity in these systems and structures. So I think sometimes it's real easy to talk about systems, and it is not always easy to do our own work of recognizing where we are and recognizing the way that our personal actions harm people that we claim to love. So I think storytelling and helping people see themselves within the bigger systems.
Thank you. Lisa.
Thank you. I couldn't help but say that I was delegated to the PCUSA General Synod, or your General Assembly, when you were going to be receiving the Belhar. And I was asked to be a part of the committee that gave a recommendation. And I found when you asked the question, what about the 33? It was interesting how at that synod, there were some people who felt exactly what we've already heard. Why do we accept this and put it into the Book of Confessions when we have so many others that we aren't using? So this to be, it was almost like, is this a waste of time? Are we not doing it? But I found it interesting that at that same synod, it was when the vote was being taken whether to divest resources to 3 companies that were operating in Israel and Palestine. And it dawned on me, even as you were talking, is sometimes these things have competing importance to people. And I think that is something we have to also deal with. Sometimes I think people are, well, what do I pay attention to? Do I pay attention to immigrant situation, or do I pay attention to divesting of something, or do I pay attention to Belhar values? And I think sometimes it is difficult because people cannot hold these things in tension and say that we still must speak into it. I recognize also that sometimes a particular congregation doesn't have the bandwidth to be able to actually pay attention to these things. And this is where I'll put my little plug in for the World Communion of Reformed Churches, because of their commitment and the programmatic work of justice that they have a very large portfolio for, is for us to say that is something that all of us are in, of the denominations I'm seeing here, are part of. And I think that is a place where we can start to utilize some of the resources there to be able to actually do some work that we don't have to create. And I think sometimes we don't make work of some of the things that are already out there because perhaps we're just too busy doing other things. But I think it behooves us to think, okay, who is doing this work that we can help to understand what they're doing and how we might partner with them. And that's just an observation. But I do think that sometimes we just simply can't pay attention to all of the things at the same time. And so I think that was partly what was happening at that synod or that General Assembly in the PCUSA.
Thank you. I do want to also just clarify that Lisa was speaking to Lydia's bringing up of the 33 delegates that voted, not Riana's, just because that's the sort of order in which that conversation took place. I think one of the questions, though, that could be raised, and could be raised of Lisa's question, of what Lisa notices, is that I think that the range of voices and communities that we've already experienced today reveal that it is possible to care about more than one of these justice concerns at the same time. And that part of the problem is that it is part of the white American privileged habitus to think that we cannot, right? That you can't do immigration and LGBTQ inclusion. You can't do racial justice and immigrant justice. No, in fact, it's born of white privilege to not think about these things as fundamentally intersectional. And I think the way that that John has talked about these issues in his context is one example. The way Lydia has talked about that, that you don't. It is a function of the white church, the privileged church, those who are powerful, who get to pick and choose which is going to be their issue du jour, right? And then you get to pick that. So I say that because part of it, and this was a great question and answer that was brought up by Andrew Peterson, is that one of the problems we have even adopting Belhar is that Andrew points out we have de facto segregation and ecclesial quietism in the Reformed Church in America with these predominantly white, 90+% white denominations. And so that's true that you then have pitting issues against one another. Can we divest? Can we talk about reparations and divestment at the same time? Yes, we can, right? And communities of color are doing just that. And Black Lives Matter and Palestinian lives movements are marching in linked shoulders. So I throw that in as a kind of qualifier that we need to be aware of how some of the discourses around this are limited by whiteness, and then limited by the ways Belhar ends up in a sort of self-congratulatory habitus in predominantly white Reformed denominations. I'm supposed to be moderating, not commenting, but I just wanted to say that. And John, you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I want to speak a little bit to this issue because I mentioned that our LGBTQ affirming group is predominantly, exclusively persons of color right now, and predominantly Black. These are predominantly Black students. We did not set out to say, persons of color, come here. Obviously there was an invitation there, but the intersectionality was natural. And when I talk to these students, and when I talk to, so many of my colleagues, peers, and my students now at the university, they do not experience racism and homophobia as a different thing, right? The experience of aggression upon them, the experience of oppression, is linked to white supremacy, and it comes as sort of a whole package, right? You don't get to differentiate. So the response also has to be non-differentiated, right? And I think that the gospel of Jesus is an equal opportunity, but not only equal opportunity, equal commandment to do this, right? It's all your heart, all your soul, all your strength, all your mind, right? And all means all. You got to do everything. And, even though we say we don't have the resource, we don't have the time, as Riana said to us, we don't have a choice, right? We don't have a choice.
Mm-hmm. Rothney, would you like to speak to this?
No, first, let me just appreciate, the conversation that I've been listening to. I have just dropped Dirk an email and say, I'm really fascinated by what this confession has become elsewhere. And of course, at the same time, there's a degree of sadness in that we in South Africa have not really done as much as we could with this Belhar Confession, because first and foremost, there is no conversation that is happening with the white Dutch Reformed Church. That's one thing. And the second thing is that we in the Uniting Reformed Church, which actually birthed this confession, have not used it to deal with an issue of, for instance, unity among ourselves as the so-called Black and colored people. And so there's a degree of sadness when it comes to that. But then I ask a question, could it be that it gets this attention because it is used by minority groups or marginalized groups to push back against hegemonies? Because you see, in South Africa, there's a flip side to that, in that what we call the negotiated settlement, the impression is created that the democratic South Africa has just wiped the slate clean. Even the systems in this country, which are very white, would have Black people as the so-called heads of this system. And it makes it quite difficult for many, or rather it becomes a ridiculous thing to say, how can you speak of whiteness or white supremacy when you have, for instance, a Black person who is heading this? And this is because that negotiated settlement, where we thought that once we get political power, economic power is going to just follow like that. That was the biggest joke, the biggest lie of all of that. But then it becomes quite, for people who are watching the happenings of this country from outside, it's like, you have got the power, but yet you're not making these changes. And that's because we don't really have the power. We don't have the economic power. We don't have the minds and stuff like that. These are still controlled by the minority. And so this is why I'm saying that where else you would have expected the Belhar Confession to lead conversations that are meant to bring about proper change in society, you don't have that in this country, because it seems as if we have resigned to the fact that we are powerless, and then don't use the examples that I hear are being used for how they sort of push back against systems elsewhere. And that is why I'm so fascinated by this conversation.
Thank you, Rothney. Any others who would like to speak to that point before I bring another?
I just want to say, yes, I'm so grateful, because it actually would be so horrible if we're talking about the Belhar Confession without an actual representative from the country where it was. So I'm super grateful for your voice and speaking into it. And it just reminds me of the ways that, unfortunately, like, the movements get co-opted. So people are just like, well, the civil rights movement happened and integration happened, and so racism is finished. And it's like, okay, but what about redlining? What about, like, the inequality that is coming from the roots of those things? And also, a good friend of mine likes to say, all skin folk ain't kin folk. So that idea that once a woman gets into office, I don't know, isn't there a woman right now in Italy who's like a fascist? Or once this person of color shows up, they're going to be the one. Or once this gay person shows up, that it's like, no. And in a lot of ways, the people who get lifted up to those places, unfortunately, have to deal with their own internalized oppression, have been put in place, are not controlled, but paid for, have been shaped by the same systems that are committed to keep going. So I just wonder how we keep thinking about the co-optation. And I'll just say again, I think the progressives are real good at that. They are real good at statements without actually putting anything behind it or being willing to lose and let go of some things.
Thank you, Riana. Morgan?
Yeah, I just wanted to speak to that point as well, kind of, again, from the settler colonial context here in Canada, that a lot of Indigenous resurgent theorists have talked about the politics of representation and have very clearly rejected that, because in the politics of representation, what we attempt to do in a Canadian settler state is sort of absorb Indigenous concerns and movements for justice, and by doing so, mitigate them. So we'll have a Supreme Court justice, we'll have a minister of justice, who, by the way, absolutely floundered in that job because the system was not built for her. But it's a way in which that we'll say, yes, we'll address, let's say, an Indigenous land claim, but we'll do it in what is effectively a white settler state court, and will never cease to be so. We're rah-rah Indigenous self-governance. We will make great speeches and great even legislative strides towards that. But as soon as we want a pipeline to run through your traditional territory, well, you know, we're a multicultural society. We've got to work together. Let's be pragmatic. This might even result in some jobs for your people. So yes, to that point too, even when reading something like the Confession of Belhar, paying attention to what exactly is going through my mind interpretively when I read something like unity or reconciliation, and what are the temptations that I'm drawn towards, because I might be drawn towards it, but it might be precisely what Christ is putting to death on the cross.
Wonderful. It's a good insight, and that in fact is this caution from Willie Jennings about even using reconciliation. Why would we use reconciliation when the white American church, Jennings argues, has rendered it meaningless, right? And I think that in some way is why more, you know, to bring these points back to why I asked of Doctors Boesak and Smit and Tshaka about the costs, because to lift up reconciliation in the context of such costs of the work, of lives, of a history of struggle, is a different kind of thing than to lift it up as a sort of progressive lip service, I think. And so I really appreciate that comment, Morgan. Lydia?
I'm always hesitant or suspicious with the term reconciliation. Is what do we reconcile back to? What are we being reconciled to? Because like you said, our interpretation of reconciliation might differ, and that could bring a sense of just hesitancy and there's different terms, different ways people view reconciliation. So I'm always hesitant to fully engage in that kind of language, and do so with caution. As a woman of color, as an African woman, those on the margins. So yeah.
Yes, Matthew.
Yeah, one of the things that I think is important with this is that reconciliation does not stand on its own, is that it's connected with justice, right? And so that's why part of why I teach that the Belhar is like a trefoil knot, that everything is interconnected, and without all the parts, the thing won't hold together. And so because reconciliation can be really kind of a watery kind of, we're all very nice kind of thing that doesn't cost much. But when you link it with justice, especially as the Belhar confesses justice, you have to understand, you have to hold these together. The fact that they're one after another is simply because human language doesn't allow you to speak about multiple things at one time. So I think that linkage with justice, I think, is essential to discussion of reconciliation.
Thank you.
You look like you wanted to say something.
Yes, who you wanted to say something, Dr. Tshaka?
No, I wanted first to give my to Dirk, because I could see he's okay. So maybe just as a parting shot, first, it was deliberate that I just listened in, and I really wanted the conversation to happen, and I draw so many lessons from this conversation, and I think there is something that as Reformed people we are not. It is almost thrown in like a cat against among the pigeons, and that is the templates that I use, the tenets that I use, that to a large extent continue to exclude many people. We have previously, in the previous conversations, there is a great overemphasis on our Christian identity. Now, as a Christian, I'm quite comfortable with my Christianity, but I don't have to use it in such a way that it must destabilize any conversation that I must have with another. It becomes a condition, it seems, that I can only get into conversation with you if we're brought together by this Christian identity. And I think that it does a great disservice if we really say we need to have what I like to call a convivial scholarship that is jovial, that assumes that I don't know all the truth, and that truth is derived in us, conversing about these particular things. And this is why I mentioned that point earlier, that we have not learned, and we still continue to treat the other in such a way that shows that we don't need to learn anything from you. There's nothing that you can teach us. And I think that is the fundamental attitude, which is very arrogant, of the Reformed tradition, that needs to stop. But we can only begin to engage that if we begin to question these tenets, if we begin to question these dominant voices that seem to be suggesting that you can make all the changes, but the Holy Grail of the faith must stay intact. It is precisely the Holy Grail that is a problem, and we need to begin to start speaking to that and leave the other parts.
Wonderful, thank you, Morgan.
I'm sort of loath to speak twice, but I think this is an interesting part where context really differs. So in my context, I would say, granted what Dr. Tshaka just said, our problem is almost exactly the opposite. That in a sort of, in our hurry to reach across divide, to atone for historical sins of the church, and recognizing the colonial past and kind of vestiges of Christian hegemony, we've almost evacuated ourselves of all the Christian particulars that would sort of designate us as a distinct body within the broader civil society in Canada, to the point that I find, the kind of common term about this is spiritual appropriation or cultural appropriation. I mean, we live for this stuff. And again, it's a way of sort of ushering in optics that say we're taking this very seriously in this almost cathartic way. We kind of lean into the discomfort and a very public performance of that discomfort as this sort of atoning liturgy as a way of excusing us from actually having to do the work of repentance. And I think an ability to reclaim Christian distinctives, particularly that of something like the vision that Belhar offers up, that in very realist terms, we are being funded and commanded into a cruciform lifestyle. I think that actually becomes increasingly important for the church in Canada and possibly in other parts of North America, where the exilic nature of the church is becoming ever more clear.
Thank you, Morgan. Any other comments from our panelists today, or questions that you have lingering that you would like to ask of one another? I think we're all appreciative. I'm seeing a lot of smiles among the panelists, and I think there's a lot of gratitude for all the generosity of your time and thoughts and sharing of your contexts and your activism here today. One thing that I'm struck by is that as Dr. Smit and Boesak reminded us, the Belhar Confession was not something that came from the top down, but from the bottom up, from diffuse and challenging, kind of messy origins, and as they would ascribe, the movement of the Holy Spirit among many people, and at great costs to those who were most oppressed, most marginalized, most damaged by this system of injustice. And so it has been a very rich discussion today, and fitting, I think, that in so many of our comments, we have referred and continued to hold up voices in our own contexts and communities, where we have found, we have learned among the most vulnerable, that the structural critiques that we can offer really are worthless if we treat them as top-down decisions, but that we have a lot of bottom-up ferment that needs to take place in our communities, in our churches, and in our nation. Thank you all for sharing all of this. And with that, I'll hand over to James.
Thank you, Nathan. Thank you, everybody, for being here. This has been just a wonderful program. This has been one that here, at least at the Reformed Church Center, we've been waiting for a while, because many months ago, well, we've been pleased to have Dirk Smit visit us for many of our programs. And yes, Dr. Smit, I usually can see you there, even if everybody else can't when we're in the webinars. But I had some conversation with him at some point where he said, you know, I'd really like to come back and talk to folks at the Reformed Church Center again. And it coincided neatly with a time when we were realizing that this anniversary was coming up. And so we said, how about it? And he said, okay, but we need to talk about more than the anniversary. So he has given us a lot of the impetus for a much broader discussion that we've had today. And I've been grateful for that. You'll all get a little follow-up note from the Reformed Church Center, and by proxy from the other two, from Princeton and Pittsburgh as well, because it'll be a little survey to find out how you think we did. And I hope that I see lots of you at other programs in the near future. Take care and have a wonderful afternoon. Thank you.